15 Pro, M7 official gaming foam.
Just sizzle, got a crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gotta watch us. R to the I to the S to the E. Gonna shut down the apps if they tryna get past me. You can watch us sizzle. We're making this stuff go triple. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, we rise as one. When I walk in the room, we rise as one. Oh.
Pro M7 Official Gaming Foam.
Just sizzle, got a crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gotta watch us. R to the I to the S to the E. Gonna shut down the apps if they tryna get past me. You can watch your sizzle. We're making this stuff go triple. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, we rise as one. Got me wild and free. Now watch us take flight. Doing it like I do. If you're rolling with me, the best team that unites. When I walk in the room, everybody gotta watch me sizzle. Got a crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gotta watch us. R to the I to the S to the E. Gonna shut down the apps if they tryna get past me. You can watch us sizzle. We're making this truck go triple. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, we rise as one.
Jakarta, Indonesia, the battle will start here in M7 World Championship. Let the world see us.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the grand finals of the M7 World Championship, and I'm glad to have these gentlemen here with me, my good friends. So let's introduce the casters for today first. We got Leo, we got Trex, as well as Mirko. Now here's the thing, Leo, Aurora Philippines made all the way to the grand finals from the upper bracket. How do you feel about them right now?
I think they're comfortable. I think they've proven to the world they are indeed not chokers and that deserve to be here. I'm excited to see what the only Filipino team remaining in M7 can bring us here today.
Now, Trex, here's the thing. I've been looking around. Looks like a lot of people have been very happy with your play-by-play so far. So what kind of energy that you're hoping this grand final is going to bring us?
I'm hoping it brings the same energy we've been getting all of M7. I mean, it's 7, so hopefully we go 7 games.
Amen.
Hopefully we're here all night. I just want hype.
And you know what? What else are we going to do today, right? So might as well go all the way. Now, Mirko, alter ego, man. from M2. M2 was the last time they're here. Now they're here again, looking absolutely amazing. I gotta say, are you proud of them?
Yeah, I think all the Indonesians here today, all the Indonesians watching from around the world are very, very proud already of Alter Ego. But the thing is, I hope they're not happy with just the grand finals, because for the longest time, it just feels like for Alter Ego, making it to the grand finals was already an achievement. But for them, if they want to be great, they gotta lock in. This is the time, and they have been through hell and back. If you look at their journey in the lower brackets, they beat TLPH, they beat SRG in a single day. That's championship worthy, bro.
Yeah, I mean, like, MPL champions, am I right? Either ways, thank you very much, gentlemen. Just in case, don't sit down just yet, because we don't know. Right now, we do got to talk about this, though. Oh, by the way, we're just going to introduce, this is Gideon as well as Wolf. Wolf, by the way, is the smartest mind here in MLBB. Sometimes you just don't know it. But now, let the world see the M7 World Championship Grand Finale here. Wolf, it has been Philippines against Indonesia for like, what, 3 times in a row now? Right?
Right.
Do you feel like this time Indonesia has a good chance to take down the Philippines?
That's interesting because I really feel so. I think that watching Alter Ego kind of evokes some emotions that you have not felt before when watching an MLBB tournament, right? Because they are just the underdogs, they're the darlings of this tournament. I think that their drafting is phenomenal. If I don't even have the time to study how Zephyr thinks, how Alter Ego drafts it, I think it's great. I think this will be a great grand finals for sure.
No, honestly, I'm with you there, because watching them play, from the drafts to the gameplay, it's very exciting. You know, they fight all the time, and they have more dynamics compared to most of the team here, Gideon.
Yeah, no, that's true. And I think, you know, this is one of the few M series that we're excited to see these teams because of how much personality that they're bringing to the table. A lot of expression in the gameplay itself without having to really understand. And I think this is why the world, as our tagline goes, now begins to see us and believe that, hey, maybe Mobile Legends can be played in multiple different ways.
I mean, like, here's the thing. We got to talk about the story of Alter Ego and Aurora here, because Alter Ego, since, like, what, since Season 4, the highest they've ever been is 2nd place. Never really getting that champion. Same as Aurora for like 3 seasons now. 2 grand final appearances, but never the champion. And now they're finally here. One of them will still feel the pain, but the other one, it will finally be the redemption, Wolf.
That's right. I think this is harder for Aurora than Alter Ego, because at least for Alter Ego, there's not much of expectations from them. But for Aurora,
because they're lucky.
Because they are lucky, exactly. But for Aurora, there's a lot of pressure from the Philippine crowd alone, because they gotta defend the crowd, the throne. But also because it also always been attached to them. Being 2nd place, being the bridesmaids, have always been just attached to them.
Yeah, I think it really boils down to who's hungrier for this win. Something about Alter Ego brings out the worst out of teams, and teams who have actually beaten them. In this case, we've already seen that Aurora is able to break that glass ceiling and evolve when specifically playing against AE, which is, again, really impressive to see, but I feel like there's more room to learn.
Yeah, I want to see what AE brings for us today. But now, let's check out this poster between Aurora going up against Alter Ego, because, again, I'm very happy to see both these teams giving the opportunity to show up here in the grand finale. So this is the time where the world will see Aurora Gaming Philippines going up against Alter Ego Esports. And most of the coaches, they have said, like, I could not understand how Zephyr drafts. I thought this Uranus goes to the EXP, suddenly is in the jungle. Doubts were there, they made it happen. Leomont Freya, if that goes through again, I gotta say, I feel like Zephyr has some kind of mutant power that just tells your opponent never ban Freya.
You're like always magnetized to do the wrong decision.
Yeah.
You're going up against Alter Ego. Maybe because it's also the way they play. Now, going back to how coaches have not yet downloaded or analyzed how Zephyr thinks, maybe it's because it's designed that way. Zephyr designed it in a way that they're always just flexible. If you think about it, even with their first 2 picks, especially when they're on the red side, they're always just looking for that flexibility. Going for the Valentina as well as the Kimi. The Valentina can be played in the XP as well as the mid, and then the gold lane.
Actually, here's the interesting thing. I kind of feel like Zephyr, he's lying by being honest. Right? Because there's many times, the first 2 picks, he just shows his side lane. It's like, yep, that's it.
I think it's Jedi mind tricks. I really think that it just comes down to, like, you can spell Arfi with Freya. You don't think that Arfi is good at playing this hero. It is not a counter pick to the Claude. And too many times we've seen that he's actually cut through so many teams already that I feel Aurora might just be the only one that says, no, stop it, Professor X. This ends here.
I mean, we're going to keep on going, watching the posters here, but yeah. Zephyr at this point, many coaches have said he's probably the best coach so far in M7, and if he wins this one, Now, that'd be legendary, right? I mean, you know what? You're right. You're right. Maybe it's just lucky because right now we're looking at the M Series Grand Final history here, and you know a lot of Filipinos have won, but we also have to talk about how actually quite a lot of teams won from the lower bracket.
It's very true. I believe that this is like M2 and M3 went from the lower brackets, even M4 and M5. So 4 out of 7?
4 out of 7 times that the lower bracket was always... And that's why everybody in the netizens especially were hypercritical. They're like, oh, my team loses, we're just going for the precedented lower bracket run to make the penultimate storyline.
Yep.
This time around, I don't think that's the case. This has been one hard-fought lower bracket.
That's very true. And mostly because they had to fight the SRG as well as TLID just yesterday. Imagine how difficult that would be. Actually, most of the fans, most of the viewers of M7 have written them off.
Yeah.
And understandably so, because they're going to be up against Titans and then Giants. And they went all the way against Team Liquid, got for 3-1 versus SRG, mainly because of their momentum. Momentum is another thing, but it's also another to actually play 9 games against the top teams in the world, you know?
Honestly, like, I don't think I'm alone on this one, right? But even before the Grand Finals even starts, I'm thinking like, whoever wins this one, I wonder what the M skin is going to be, you know?
Oh!
Like, what if Alter Ego wins? Would they actually go for the Freya? They go for Leomort?
I would lobby for Freya because I think that there's a lot of Freya players, and I'm sure that there are a lot of Freya enjoyers out there will love the fact that it will be a championship skin. But if Aurora gets it though, that's an interesting. Leo wanted Lapu Lapu for Edward, right?
It's a really long discussion if you're going to think of who will Aurora pick. Because again, all of these are valid picks, right? The Lapu Lapu for Edward, the Eve for Yue, even the Claude / Granger / Harith for Dominkai. These are all legit. Hell, even Fredrin for Demon Kai will be good.
And then eventually it becomes Hylos for Light.
Yep.
That could also be the case.
That's everybody, right?
That's actually literally everybody.
Gotta say, didn't even realize that they could talk here. So I could have bring you guys into the conversation. Right now we're looking at Aurora here, and the thing that I like that Leo brought up is most of the heroes that Aurora use actually has quite big AoEs, which in my opinion makes amazing skins. But right now, Gideon, looking at Aurora, they're the only team so far that actually beat Alter Ego.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
You feel like they can do it again?
I think they absolutely can, but the question is whether or not they're able to kind of keep up the momentum, because AE of all teams were perfectly suited for the lower brackets, not only having an incredible story of their own, beating 2 champions of 2 individual regions in the same day. That momentum with the crowd and energy propels them forward. Aurora, they don't mind the extra noise. They don't mind people calling them chokers, because time and time again, now that they have proven themselves and have reached the very top, the only other team is a team they've beaten before.
You have any opinions, Leo? Because personally for me, I like choking.
Let's not get into that. A majority of us here are mathematically challenged, but I did the stats, and Aurora, fact, is the only team to ever beat Alter Ego in all of M7, correct?
Yes.
Second fact, Aurora has banned Freya or stolen it away in every game they played against Alter Ego.
That's right.
So you put 2 and 2 together.
That's right.
That means Coach Zephyr should have another plan. If anything, it's not Aurora who was watching last night saying, this is the grand plan. No, it was Alter Ego all the while playing the 9 games against 2 of the best teams in the whole damn world going, so this worked against these 2. They did not ban the Freya. We got away with it. Aurora sitting, so what's next?
Another important fact, Philippines teams never lose twice in the top 8. So Alter Ego had to lose to them first. Because if they beat them and met them in the grand finals, there was 0 chance. But at this point now, stonks are up, percentages are up right now. Alter Ego has a chance to at least beat them once.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like there is a good chance that they could really just take it all. But right now, before we even move on, we got to go over to the side of the stage because it looks like we have a special video for you guys. Let's check it out.
So today we have something very special to witness. We are with Alter Ego's team captain Nino. Hello. And we are with Nadio Argawinata.
Right, hello.
Yeah, that's a professional footballer who plays as a goalkeeper for the Super League club Borneo Samarinda and for the Indonesian national team. So with that being said, as you can see, they are holding their respective jerseys right now and they will be doing an exchange. So gentlemen, please go ahead. Yes? You can do it? You can show it first, and then you may proceed with the exchange. So they will be exchanging their jerseys as a symbol of mutual respect between both sports, esports and football. There you go. Okay, a couple more shots. Wow, I can't believe I'm standing right in front of this. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Nino, and good luck on your grand finals. You may now leave and prepare. Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That, I feel, has been really good words of encouragement for Alter Ego later on. You want to wear it now? You want to try it on? Okay, sure. Wow. Could you turn around? Could we show it to the camera? Oh, I think it suits him well. Yeah. It suits you. Okay, now I have a couple of questions for you. And since you're wearing the Alter Ego, it's perfect that we jump right in. So how do you feel about this team, Alter Ego, representing Indonesia in the grand finals against, once again, a very powerful region, the Philippines, represented by Aurora Gaming?
So I will give support 100% for Alter Ego today. And I hope they will give a good performance and win the game, so become champions.
You are from football and now you are in the world of esports. Could you share with us any observations that you've had in terms of how similar you think esports and traditional sports are?
I think both of them is a little bit similar. So they have to they do discipline. Of course, they have to do discipline, a good strategy, a good mentality for the game. So and once again, I believe in both of them who play today. They already prepare everything. They already prepare how to win today. So it's gonna be a good match today. Yep.
Now we're talking about both teams and not just Alter Ego. And you said you're pretty sure they've both prepared well enough for this. But if there's anything you could say to both of these teams, because the entire world will be watching this grand finals that we're about to witness, what can you say to both Alter Ego and Aurora Gaming?
Yeah, just for me, it's just give the good game today and try to show how to champion gonna play, you know. So everybody who watched the game today, like you know, they have to influence a good ways for today. Only that for me. Yes.
Yep. And now for our last question before we let you go, any message to all the fans that are watching right now?
To all esports fans, you have to stay fair, stay united, stay, you know, give a good example for another esports fans. So because I think I have one word. Because esport is great, not just because of skill, but also because of the community. Yeah.
There you go, and there you have it. Such a nice way to wrap up this interview. Thank you so much, Madya Argawinata. I hope you're liking your new jersey. Could you give us one last pose before we let you go? Oh, okay. That might just be a buff for Alter Ego right there. But once again, thank you so much. And we're so excited to see you later on in the audience. That's been it for this interview. And we'll see you next time.
Honestly, thank you very much. It's nice to see support coming in from all over. Because even the matches yesterday, it was like, what, almost 6 million people watching?
Right, that's right.
No big deal. It's just, you know, the rest of the world is interested in what's going on. And I mean, Indonesia, for a good reason, we're breaking boundaries here. Whether it be football, whether it be people watching MLBB for the first time, it's hard not to get invested in a storyline like this.
Sports is sports.
Yeah.
I think they understand the competition, the discipline, the grind that you have to have in order for you to become the champions. And it's just so happy that there's some relation to that. Because we also love watching sports, right? As esports.
Sure.
I'm sure you are. I'm sure you do.
I love sweating, you know. But yeah, we're kind of a big deal. But now let's check something else out here where we got to talk about Alter Ego. And this is where I'm going to bring Mirko in. Like, what is the biggest surprise that you've seen coming in from Alter Ego so far?
I think the biggest surprise is the fact that the players have been able to step into the drafts because they've been executing these drafts phenomenally. Again, when we take a look at the regular season, the track record of Alter Ego, it really just seems like a lot of times the draft is a step ahead of the players. The players aren't able to really step into these, like the TRיודC Jungle, for example, a very risky choice in game number 5. But the awareness is there already. Again, coming into MPL Indonesia Season 16, if you just look at the lineup of Alter Ego, you wouldn't expect them to be a champion contender. You'd expect them to be a team that maybe gets into the playoffs barely and then gets knocked out on the first day, realistically. But Coach Zephyr and Styx has built this team from the ground up. They've taken components here and there from players who have failed before, players who have been, players who, again, never fully reached their potential, and has developed them to a point where we saw them get 4-1 in the grand finals and now understand completely of what they need to do in every single draft they get.
Honestly, like, even Arfi gave a shout out to the coaches, saying like they taught him how to really utilize this Freya very, very well. It's to the point where, Trex, I don't know if you agree with this, but it does seem like Alter Ego is the trendsetter to actually start the meta here in the M7.
I think there's been a lot. I think SRG was also one of them with the Soar Gold. But right now, the Freya, yes. But the thing is Aurora has recognized some of those picks. So can they continue to set the trend is the real question.
What's impressive is the way Alter Ego is playing reminds me of an old underdog and Dark Horse team. If you'll remember from way back in the history of the M series, when BTK first showed up, coming from the Americas, they're very aggressive. They never betrayed their own identity. And it's the fact that teams all around the world, especially from the big regions, disrespected the fact that, hey, look, they're a team from, over there, and they play this way. We can fight them. That's what impressed me the most about Alter Ego. Something about Alter Ego makes these big teams think, yeah, we can take, we can't.
Yeah. Honestly, shout out to the Americas, right? Am I right? But yeah, we got to talk about the last time that they met. Alter Ego, they kind of lost that one. So do you feel like they will make the same mistake of, let's just say, overcommitting?
Well, I mean, overcommitting is one thing, right? Because when we're talking about fight IQ during these moments, you have to think a little bit further ahead because you're generally, especially when you're dying pre-10 minutes, the death timers are so short. You got to be thinking, hey, when's the next time can I set up a Way of the Dragon knowing he doesn't have Purify because of the last fight?
I think it's easy to say that Alter Ego will eventually overcommit once again or make those mistakes, but I think their matchup against SRG showed to us that no, they don't actually overcommit. They actually are so disciplined. Game 1 and Game 2 against SRG, they were so disciplined, they're so into it.
Yeah, and right now, again, like, this is going to be a best of 7. It's going to be a long match. So before we even go there, we actually have a special interview with Mio Matamio. So let's check that out. Let's see who she's talking with.
Hello everyone, so today we are with a very special and cute guest here today. Hello Mio Matamio, nice to meet you. Alright, so thank you so much for joining us here because I heard you'll be performing in a bit in the opening ceremony, right? Yeah, so but before anything, could you please introduce yourself to our audience?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, my name is Miu and I'm 12 years old and I'm from Indonesia and I like to dance hip-hop.
Alright, hip-hop. And you're 12 years old. That means you're very, very young, but I heard you've been dancing for a while now. Could you share with us how you started dancing?
Okay. So I started dancing when I was 7 years old. So it's been 5 years dancing, and the first class that I've been through is choreo class.
Oh, I see. So it's been a while. Now, what keeps you motivated to keep dancing? What's the reason behind you still continuing to dance?
Yes. Actually, the one who keeps me motivated to is actually myself. Like, I always keep myself motivated, and like watching other dancers, like other OGs, really inspired me to do better and better and better and keep going like every day. Yeah.
That's such a cute backstory. All right, so we're so excited to see you in the future and how, or where else could we see you in the future, right? But now, let's talk about the ongoing tournament, the M7. All right, so right now we're about to witness the grand finals between an Indonesian team, that's Alter Ego, going up against a team from the Philippines, which is Aurora Gaming. So could I just ask your thoughts and how you feel about this? Because that's an Indonesian team again going up against the Philippines.
I feel really excited for this year's competition because it's Indonesia and they're going to be representing our country, and I just hope that their luck is by their side, and I hope they can win this competition.
I love how you said luck because it's Alter Ego that's heading into the grand finals. And maybe one last thing before we let you go, any message to the Indonesian fans watching right now?
I just hope you always support the Indonesian team and have fun watching.
All right, and also have fun watching Madya and her performance later on. We're so excited to see that. But thank you so much for joining us here. We won't take much of your time anymore. We'll let you prepare. So let's all witness what's about to happen here in the M7 Grand Finals.
Yo, I gotta say, she's amazing on the mic. She knows how to talk and everything. Regina was good too.
Yeah, dude, I can't wait.
There?
I can't wait. In 5 years' time, one of us is going to lose our jobs. Roll the dice now, boys. We got the next generation ready.
Well, I mean, like, here's the thing. She also said luck, and again, that's a big branding for Alter Ego, which personally I actually do like. Mirko, do you feel like luck will be on their side for today?
No, they're a bad team, you know?
Yeah, they're just average at most.
Average team. They're not going to win today, not at all. Alter Ego are always just lucky.
Do you think Aurora will be lucky here, Leo?
I think it would be best if they weren't, because they perform when they're under pressure. When everybody says, "Oh no, even if you get lucky, you're gonna lose because you're gonna choke." So I think they shouldn't. They should just play their minds out.
So Wolf, would you rather be lucky or good?
I'd always want to be good.
I want to be lucky. What about you?
I think, honestly, I'm feeling a little lucky today, right? Because based on what we've seen so far, the amount of influence that this team has already had tends to kind of lean into the luck more than it is to like, hey, you got great mechanical skill. Let's fight. Next thing you know, why is my crystal breaking?
Yeah. So jumping into this one, let's all agree here. Freya and Leomord should be a big contest.
Dear God, please.
The Freya Mort. Leo, yeah.
Mostly the Freya.
Mostly the Freya?
For sure, Freya.
80% the Freya, 20% the Leomord you can kind of play with.
I don't know. I kind of feel like it's kind of annoying going up against Leo Jungle, no?
That's right. But also, if you ban the Freya or you take it away, it also opens up your golden options. And this is what I literally said yesterday. If you ban the Freya, you can pick Claude and you can pick anything else. So it's like, it just opens up more opportunities for you to get different heroes. But if you don't ban the Freya, you're supposed to get what? Baksha, Esmeralda, or whatever, right?
Yeah, so what about you, Trace? Because even looking at the numbers here, when it comes to the hero pool, AE is 5 more than Aurora, but both actually has quite a wide hero pool. 32 for Aurora and 37 for Alter Ego. Do you think we're going to see more coming in from both teams?
I think there's definitely room for a couple more unique heroes to pop up. But the reality is AE's not that far ahead with the difference of games. I think it was, 18 to 27 games, something like that. So Aurora has already showed a very deep hero pool for the minimal amount of games that they've played this M series.
So the bang for a buck sample size as per the amount of games. So if I'm reading between the lines, there's still some room left for A to show their unique heroes.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to see, because the numbers will also show that they are bringing out an oldie but a goodie. The Ube strat is going to come out of Alter Ego, out of Aurora tonight against AE, because game time average, almost 2 minutes up, 18 to 16:53. And then kill participation, 70% for Aurora, 66. AE gets 66. So you'll see that Aurora really like to clump up.
Yeah, that's weird. I actually thought AE would be much more, but we're talking about a lot here. Let's check out the team head-to-head and really start to talk about the stats, because it's quite interesting. Because here's the thing, Mirko. I thought AE is actually the one more fighting, but according to the stats, it's actually Aurora that does most of the fighting. But we do have to say Alter Ego secures more first bloods.
Yeah, I think when it comes to aggression, it's just kind of like everybody who's a top team right now needs to have that aggression, needs to be able to go band for band when it comes to those team fights. But what I do want to talk a little bit about, and why it's like surprising for Aurora to have such a big hero pool, is because they have elevated their game. Coming into the grand finals of MPL Philippines in 16, they were playing just their comforts. Again, Domeng would just be on the Harith, on the Granger, we would see a lot of utility jungle on Demon Kai. But now we are finally seeing Tomeng perform on the Freyas, on the fighter goals, and that's also the same case for Demon Kai. He's starting to feel the same confidence he felt in MPL Philippines regular season when he was brave enough to pull off the Fanny, when Light was brave enough to pull off the heroes that were just not Hylos and Gato Gacha. And that's what led to Aurora leading in the hero pool department and now actually being able to face Alter Ego.
And that's why I think that this entire meta so far, it's basically blue lock, right? It's about ego. It's about finding the first blood early on. And when we start looking at the first blood rates, technically AE is in favor of those stats. But the mid-game, we've seen too many times where AE has a lead, drops it mid-game because of one bad fight, and then it evens back out, which is where we see Rora actually taking the advantage here when it comes down to team fight participation.
And it's very, very different when it comes to the styles. Because yesterday I would say TLPH, Alter Ego, SRG, they all had similar styles. Again, they're just ultra aggressive. They want to keep on fighting. Aurora, in the same way that Zephyr likes to rage bait, you know? Aurora does the same thing, but by playing slow. Alter Ego keep on going in to a point where when Aurora take it slow, Alter Ego are forced to go in. I remember in the upper brackets, Nino randomly going up in the orange buff, if you remember that.
Yeah.
It's because he wants to go for these big team fights. He wants to continuously just look for fights.
And I think that's what we should look for when Rora finally get to play again after a long break, when you're taking into consideration how tight and hectic the M7 World Championship schedule is. Can they take advantage of Alter Ego's momentum? Can they trick the People's Champions into thinking, oh, we're going to fight, we're going to take this to them? Because Rora's best trick up their sleeves is denying fights, making Alter Ego think that they can take it, you know, switch it up on Alter Ego this time.
I do gotta say, actually looking at the numbers of how much heroes they've been using out of like, what, 15, 18 games, I feel like there will be a discussion, especially on MLBB Academy, like when is about time for us to have some kind of global ban? But again, that's kind of a debate that I feel like I would say at least 500,000 people want to get on and say like, oh, this is my take, this is my take. But hey, I already gave something for you guys to talk about. Now, later on, we're just a few minutes away from inviting both teams over to the stage. And do you feel like this is good or not for Alter Ego, having the Alter champs here cheering them on, Gideon?
Absolutely. We saw what momentum can do to a team, especially when we're looking at sports entertainment, especially within esports itself. Having that kind of energy on home soil brings on a level of patriotism, and knowing that AE can actually use it to sharpen themselves, they just become so different.
I think that as the days go by, more and more people show up for Alter Ego, and the more confident they look and the more reliable they look as well. I think that when you're looking at Alter Ego, the way they played yesterday was just amazing because it was a stark difference between their first series and their second series, you know?
Yeah, I gotta say, it's rare that we actually see this home turf kind of buff really working out. I also want to see whether Aurora will be bothered by it or not, because we know ourselves, like, the Ultra Champs can get very, very loud. Now, with that being said, it does look like all the things are set. So how about we actually throw it over to the stage with our host to start the game. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your hosts, Rose, Glenn, Victor, and THÄÄNA!
16 teams from around the globe have gathered here in Jakarta, Indonesia, to let the world see them rise.
We were witnesses to the best game from the best players.
And even though we're down to the final two, we believe the world has yet to see everything.
All those wins.
Teams locking in.
Every single thing is just a lead up to this beginning. Nama ko ay THÄÄNA.
Nama saya Glenn Victor.
Dan nama saya Rose. We are your hosts and we welcome you to the M7 World Championship Grand Finals. For the second time in M Series history, Indonesia will be hosting the crowning of yet another world champion. And of course, Glenn, as an Indonesian, how do you feel about this?
as an Indonesian, I think it's an honor for us to let the world see the culture of Indonesia and also the passion of its fans and also players.
I see so much culture and tradition here in Indonesia. And of course, THÄRA, it's back to your home country. How are you feeling about that?
Feeling very excited. We've seen how the M Series has grown year after year. And I gotta say that the most outstanding thing for me personally is the fans.
I agree. The Indonesian fans are very, very supportive. We see a full house here at Tenis Indoor Senayan. It truly is another remarkable moment. And of course, to celebrate this momentous day with us, allow me to invite Madam Irene Umar, Deputy Minister of Creative Economy, to the stage for a speech.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Indonesia. Can I hear your voice? This, my dear ladies and gentlemen, is the energy of Indonesia. And we open M7 right here. And as the host, I started by saying thank you to M7 team to infuse so much culture into the opening. And today, we stand here today not only as Indonesia, but as fellow esports warrior. We all know that this is a moment to celebrate. This is a moment that reminds each and every one of us that playing games, that the games industry is here to stay. This is a real industry. This is a real sport. And ladies and gentlemen, without each and every one of your support, today will not happen. And in today's final, I am extremely proud that we have an Indonesian team to represent, because this team is no ordinary team. They taught us so many things. Number one, expect the impossible. Expect the unexpected. And you know what? People always say that Alter Ego is a hockey team. It's a team that depends on luck. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen? For me, that comes from being humble. Because this is what sportsmanship is all about. Each and every one here, we do our best in our own capacity, be it we are a team member, a player, a caster, every single one of you in the esports ecosystem, each and every one of us, in front of the screen, behind the screen, we all do our best for the industry that we love. And today, Alter Ego over and over again says that, for me, regardless of whatever the result is, as a fellow esports lover and gamer, not only as the government. For me, the two teams today, and Alter Ego especially, is already a champion. And for me, ladies and gentlemen, it will not be like how it is without each and every one of you. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I hope the team will play and have fun, give it their best, and bring this stage to life with more than 1 million viewers out there and thousands of people right here on the stage. Let the world feel the energy of esports and let the game begin.
Terima kasih, and thank you once again to Madam Irene Umar as Deputy Minister of Creative Economy. Now, Rose, this iteration of the M Series has been nothing short of iconic. Wouldn't you agree?
You know what, THÄRA, this M7 has been a roller coaster ride for many of the regions, and I think we could confidently say it is one of the most unpredictable M series we had thus far.
And you know what the best part is?
What is it?
We have yet to start a new MLBB competitive year. So, ladies and gentlemen, to learn more about the MLBB esports landscape, let's welcome Mr. Faisal bin Homran as Chief Product Officer of the Esports World Cup Foundation.
Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everyone. My name is Faisal. I'm the Chief Product Officer of the Esports World Cup Foundation, the host of the Esports World Cup, and this year the Esports Nations Cup. I'm super happy to be here. Thank you, Indonesia, Jakarta, Moontoon, for having us. Since launch, MLBB has grown into one of the largest and most influential games in the world. It has become a defining force in the mobile esports. It's all about skill, speed, teamwork, with a community that shows up with real pride and passion. And a community that keeps growing season after season. At the foundation, our purpose is to build platforms that makes esports sustainable and drive long-term growth for players, clubs, publishers, and fans. Everything we do is designed to create opportunity, strengthen pathways, and raise the standards of competition on the world's biggest stages. MLBB at TRqədC 2026 is one of the most popular titles in the world and a staple of eSport World Cup competition. Between 2024 and 2025, MLBB grew fantastically. The audience grew, the intensity grew, and the game became one of the loudest, most electric parts of the eSport World Cup. In 2025, the Mid-Season Cup was the most watched tournament of the entire event, with 45 million hours watched and 3.2 million peak concurrent viewer. Also, MWI had a great success in 2025. But I'm not here today just to tell you that. I'm honored today, on behalf of Prince Faisal, to announce the MLBB to be the first confirmed title for Esport Nations Cup. Launching in Riyadh 2026 November, MLBB will be one of 16 world-class titles in ENC, and we are starting with MLBB because it represents the ambition, accessibility, competitive depth that modern esport is built on. The Esport Nation Cup is one of the most important things we are building today because it brings something esports have always been close to, but never fully unlocked the scale at a national pride. So in esport, there is different kind of pressure. When you wear the country colors, the wins feel heavier, the losses feel sharper, the story stays longer. That's what ENC is designed to capture, the moment when esport brings national pride for millions fans, because it stops being about the team you follow and becomes about where you come from. MLBB is already powered an identity and rivalry you can hear in the crowd, you can feel it in the intensity, and you can see it in the way players perform. When everything is on the line, and now together with Monsoon Games, we are bringing it to Riyadh, to the national stage. From the 23rd till the 29th of November 2026, 32 national teams will compete in MLBB on LAN for ENC gold medal. And wanted also to create a pathway and qualifiers. Those qualifiers will be between 14th to 16th of August for all nations that are not directly invited to ENC finals. So starting the ENC game announcement with MLBB feels the right thing. It's a title that brings one of the strongest communities of esport and the kind of competition that can carry national team story for the very first match. We cannot wait to welcome the world to Riyadh with TRqədC and ENC and to see what MLBB become when it's played for national pride on a global stage. Enjoy the final. May the best team win. Thank you, everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is amazing news and we honestly cannot wait. Once again, thank you to Mr. Faisal bin Horman, Chief Product Officer of the Esports World Cup Foundation. Glenn, don't you think that such exciting road lies ahead of MLBB?
Definitely, Rose. Once I represent Indonesia at the Olympic Games and Physical Asia, all I can say, representing my own country, it will be one of my proudest moments as an athlete.
I can definitely assume so. I've never represented my country at a national scale, but you know what? I think our athletes definitely feel that. And of course, Glenn, we know that Mobile Legends Bang Bang is growing tremendously year by year, and I think it's safe to say that we shouldn't expect anything less. But ladies and gentlemen, to give us an idea on what the MLBB esports and of course the MLBB community has in store for us this coming year, allow me to introduce Mr. Cloud Zhang, CEO of Moonton Games.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Cloud, CEO of Moonton. First of all, on behalf of Moonton, I would like to sincerely thank Indonesia government and all our partners for the strong support. I would also like to thank your Royal Highness Prince Faisal and all the representatives from the Ministry and the Jakarta City government for being here with us today and for joining us at this important moment. This year is M7 and it also marks the 10th anniversary of MLBB. Over the past 10 years, MLBB has grown into one of the world's top esports events, and it continues to reach new levels of players' engagement and global impact. None of this would be possible without love and support of our fans around the world. Today, I'm very happy to announce that MLBB will join ENC 20th Asian Games GIA 2026 and will appear in EWC for the third time. Today, after intense competition, Arena Gaming PH from the Philippines and Alter Ego Esports from Indonesia are standing here on this stage. Let us look forward to an exciting final match. Next, this visa will show you MLBB Esports key plans for 2026, as well as our content plans across 5 major regions.
The faith of MLBB rising up and putting a key. Yes, the GOAT. It is
Let's rewind how far we've come since last year. Before TRqədC became the face, there was TLPH's dominance in MPL Philippines. With Skylar's and iconic ID's lineup, they secured their 8th MPL Indonesia title. Monumental breakthroughs followed for MENA and China. MSC made history, breaking benchmarks and introducing new faces to the global stage. M6 birthed an unbeatable monster as Onyx PH claimed the world crown. At the same time, 4 top regions rose to global glory. Looking back, we spotlight 2 aura-farming moments, the GOAT, TRΔC, and the mother of tank, Vivian. 1 game, 2 champions. Different journeys, 1 shared inspiration. Anyone can rise. That inspiration proved women's limitless potential in esports as Turkey's women's tournaments rose and Cambodia's Queen League shined. From the Snapdragon Pro Series to the Oppo Smooth Legend Cup, this journey leads us toward 1 mission: esports for everyone. As MLBB evolved, renowned organizations joined the family. A platform that shaped champions and turned players into global names.
So, what's next? Are we looking forward to the future?
Let's go.
10 years of MLBB, 70 nations, 5,000 tournaments, 600 million hours of belief. As we step forward, our ecosystem moves with purpose, built across regions, nations, and cultures.
Malaysia steps into a new era.
MPL Malaysia enters a new era. 8 teams built on trust and true partnership. MSC MWI returns to Saudi Arabia, bringing the world together a $3.5 million prize pool, massive arenas, global stage. The ENC begins, connecting international regions into a stronger competitive ecosystem. MLBB steps onto the world sporting stage at the 2026 Asian Games in Nagoya. The year unfolds by the master plan. A global calendar takes shape. We kick in with M7 in January. MPL runs March to June, then August to December. MSC and MWI ignites in July. Asian Games concludes in October. The year continues with ENC in November. MCT tournaments land December before M8 opens 2027.
Wow, we're my part of the journey now.
5 regions, 1 connected timeline. From Southeast Asia, where champions gather. Across EECA, where dark horses rise to challenge kings. From EMEA, new forces, new contenders. East Asia, waves of new faces. Across AMER, North and South America united, returning with even greater expansion. In 2026, the MLBB Championship Tour will kick off with these 3 regions: Americas, East Asia, and Southeast Asia. MLBB has risen beyond borders, across regions, nations, and cultures. Now, on the world stage, not following the global game, but leading it, MLBB stands global, driving mobile esports to its next peak.
It's my great honor to announce that the M8 wildcard will be held in Thailand in 2027, and the M8 Grand Finals will take place in East Temple. Now, let us turn our eyes onto the stage and enjoy this global sports celebration together. Thank you.
Our last M Series 1 was so disappointing. We felt the pain of an early exit.
There was only one thing on my mind when we left. Redemption.
Apa yang dulu hanya mimpi, kini bukan lagi sekedar mimpi.
Kami datang ke sini menyerahkan segalanya pada takdir dan keberuntungan. Tanpa adanya ekspektasi, hanya membawa satu hal, harapan dan mimpi Indonesia.
Reaching M7 was only the beginning.
This M7 is unforgiving. More ruthless, more intense than ever. From the Swiss stage through the knockouts, they earned their place here.
Napalaking bagay pag nakuha namin yung championship ng M7, magtutuloy-tuloy yung winning streak ng Pilipinas. Soalnya kan kita Indonesia selalu dianggap kayak kita di bawah Filipina kan. Mungkin kita akan mengubah statement itu sih.
Kita juga udah jadi tuan rumah di Indonesia dan aku pengen bawa TRIGO dan bawa Indonesia ada di Piala Dunia lagi.
Since day one, every team came here with a shared dream. Many dreams were shattered, but not their will.
I think the player that failed the most in MLBB is me.
Whenever I lose, I strive to do better. It's what keeps me going.
We wanted to bring Malaysia's name really on top for
ကိုယ်နိုင်ငံလည်းချုံမိတဲ့ feeling ရတော့တိတ်အားနဲ့မှတိတ်လဲလို့မရဘူး feeling ရရင်
The fire in our players to win an M series won't fade.
The final two carry battle forward onto the grand stage.
To rise as one and let the world see us. This time, we don't fall short. This time, we finish it.
Ini segalanya yang kami miliki. Inilah alasan kami bertarung.
Setiap rintangan menguji kami, namun tak satu pun menghentikan kami. Semuanya justru membuat kami lebih kuat.
Let's make the grand final interesting.
Yang pantas akan menjadi pemenang.
Let's put up a fight.
Tonight, we fight for the title.
the world see the M7 World Championship Grand Final! It is our honor to welcome Indonesian national team goalkeeper Nadio Agawinata as he represents the coach of both teams, Master of the Basics and Dexter of Aurora Gaming Philippines, as well as Zephyr and Sticks of Alter Ego Esports alongside our head referee, Gary. We assure you that the M7 Grand Final will be conducted with the highest standards of professionalism and fairness. Now, ladies and gentlemen, both finalists are on the stage. Are you ready? And now, let the Grand Finals begin!
Good luck to both our competitors up on the stage. Through blood, sweat, and tears, they are here to represent for one goal and one goal only.
No matter what happens today, this storyline will be good. It's Aurora trying to escape the allegations that has been given to them. They were called chokers so many times, but this time they have another chance to prove it in the grandest of stages, the world of MLBB.
Again, thank you our casters for the introduction. Here it is again, Edward, Demon Kai, UA Light, as well as Domin Kai. These are names you heard so many times, but again, they haven't become the champions of the world just yet. We'll see this time, can they finally do it?
Mr. Consistent looks like he's trying to change it all. 100% win rate on Yuzong, Arlet, Sora, a whopping win rate for an upper bracket run.
And then you're looking at Demon Kai, who has really varied choices of his junglers. 80% win rate when it comes to friend rate, as he played it 6 times, but 100% win rate when it comes to the Baxia. And then you have your Akai that he picks up, only picked up 1 time, but actually won with it because it was really good in the draft. Then you compare that to Domin Kai. Oh my goodness. Number 1 when it comes to kill participation among gold laners at 68.5%. It's like a quarter, like 3/4 of the time, he will always be in that fight.
And that's exactly what you want from the new and involved, improved Aurora Gaming PH. However, there are competitors on the other side. These guys make me lose words. Professor X gets into you. They know how to get underneath your skin with Nino, Yasuke, Hijime, Alec, and Arfi.
At this point, this is the Indonesians' hope. They are the Indonesian champions, man. The story that they bring. I gotta say, seeing Codell many times saying over and over and over how proud he is of these boys. And now they're here in the grand finals, 1 step away from bringing glory back to Indonesia.
There was a time when Nino was always doubted in the region, right? I was able to talk to some of the Indonesian players. Even Mirka said that there was a story where Nino was actually not even considered as one of the better players and all, like not even just ex-players, as players in general in MPL. But here he is, the darling of MPL Indonesia, the darling of MLBB in the world right now. Everybody's looking at him because how he performs so well. He's number 1 when it comes to the KDA, when it comes to kills and GPM as the explainer. How about that?
This matchup has been predestined. We've been waiting for a moment like this where we see a grand finals. No champions involved, just runner-ups looking for the grandest prize.
And look at that, the trophy stands in front of them. All 10 players. They're gonna compete against their opponents, but the trophy is just there. It's close enough for you to reach. But again, for 5 these players in front of them, 5 more players are gonna stop them, are gonna crush their dreams. This is gonna be a best of 7, and ladies and gentlemen, make sure you guys vote in the chat. Who do you guys think will win game number 1 in this best of 7, man? I gotta say, I wanna see who has the more stamina, because Alter Ego yesterday, they showed they don't mind playing 8 games.
if there's one thing that we've learned about the meta so far, you win the early game and it's just pure oppression from two high caliber teams. A single mistake could flip the entire table on its head. But if this is a best of 7, I'm expecting some dominating matches, not only from AE, but also Aurora.
It's interesting that you said that, because my prediction for this particular series is that surely it will go long in a way that it will have like 6 or 7 games. But the games will be one-sided. And I'm only saying that because of the nature of the drafting right now. You saw how Alter Ego performed against SRG. And when they do nail that drafting, they make sure that they will win at the early stage of the game. And thus, you have, 12 and 14-minute games. And I think that is expected within the two of these teams, because I feel like their priority is to win in the early stages itself. So it's like they want to win in the first 5 minutes. That's why they will draft for lineups that will win in the first 5 minutes. That's why I think snowballing, because of the drafting pattern of both teams, will happen so many times in the series.
And honestly, that's why I feel like we're going to be impressed here, because I agree with you. The draft will dictate that the game will end early, maybe 11, 12 minutes, but we've seen the tenacity of many different teams here in M7. They'll figure out a way to delay the game all the way to 27. In fact, we had the longest game in M series history here in M7. So honestly, I'm looking forward to see, this draft should not go all the way to 20, 30 minutes, but I think both these teams can make it possible.
I think this is going to be an absolutely disgusting game of rock, paper, scissors in the draft, right? We saw the way that Aurora took on AE in the drafting phase. Yes, technically, we've seen many teams, if there's nothing wrong, don't fix it. And yet Aurora makes slight permutations, slight alterations to keep AE on their toes in a best of 5 series. Yet alone, we go into that best of 7. We've already seen AE push all the way to the edge. When Yasuke's got nothing left to play, he still has a pick in mind. And I think that Aurora is going to look to force him back into that corner.
We can really see that there's a lot of focus on the drafting of both teams. Then we also have to look at the execution of the players themselves. Nino and the gang, they have been on fire yesterday. They have been considered as a team that is inconsistent when it comes to closing out games. They will make some bad plays eventually, and that might cost them the game. But that is also very true for Aurora. I feel like, though, in the grand finals, especially because it's a best of 7 series and everything is literally on the line, both teams might be more conservative on how they approach this game. That's why maybe let's not expect both Alter Egos and Aurora to make those kind of mistakes. I think they will be more safe. Might mean that the games might be slow because of that, but I think that it's just that the teams that we have today will be so careful the way they play a game.
Let me just say M7 is the time of Leomord, because during the Swiss stage, it only won 3 times and then lost for 6. But here in the knockout stage, only losing 9 games but winning 13. The THÜA is even more incredible. During the Swiss stage, unbeaten, 4 wins. And a knockout stage, 12 wins and 6 losses. This is why I love every iteration of tournament. The meta always changes. And here, having Leomord and THÜA as well. THÜA has been changed how many times and never been competitively viable. But now here she is.
It's strange, because when you asked us, when we were talking about this last year, where EXP felt dead, where it felt like an absolute brick wall, slight changes gave us a lot of hope for these damaged EXP laners. What I would have never imagined is when these fighters came back into the meta, through the jungle, through the gold lane. What a weird place we are in the world.
I think it's because the teams have tried to beat each other. It's like you implement this meta, for example. Let's say THÜA Leomord. And then teams will just try to kind of defeat that by drafting. Maybe getting Esmeralda, for example. Or maybe getting a Sora in the gold lane eventually to fight that THÜA whatsoever. Then eventually people who will try to outplay that Sora will get the Esmeralda or something like that. It's a cycle, The Valentina will be there. So there's just an evolution of picks in specific parts of the drafting stages.
Something that you can say, man, here in MLBB, the front lines will always be amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we're jumping into the first round of this grand finals, and it's gonna be Flying Clouds with Aurora Philippines first pick and Alter Ego in the second. And look at Alter Ego already going for those direct bans, banning on the Baxia and the Khalid. Aurora, amazing ban on that THÜA, but this does not scream the Leomord first pick.
kind of does, but at the same time, we don't know where Aurora is going to put their priorities. At the same time, they can open up with a Sora if they wanted to, if AE lets it go. And at the same time, as much as I love the Leomord, one of the few matchups that I think that Leomord is great at specifically is when it's up against the Yi Shin. The timings is just so awkward for the YSS.
But the Jushin is open for Aurora, although there is an Eve that Alter Ego can pick. I think that most teams are just so comfortable picking up the Jushin, and Aurora is not a team that will pass up on that. However, with the Leomord being open, like I said, it could be the open here for Aurora. Now, that's the Jushin. The Alter Ego, they're that kind of team that when they ban the backshot, they know that you will get Uranus here. I think Leomord and Uranus is the opening for Alter Ego because they know that Lunox or any kind of Shredder, including the backshot, will no longer be available to counter that Uranus.
With that in mind, why not go for Esmeralda instead of the Uranus?
Well, they do have that kind of, they do have that variation. Sometimes they combo the Uranus with the Esmeralda, in fact. It actually happened before.
All right.
It's going to be, instead, this is a different iteration of the pattern of Alter Ego. This is what makes Zephyr really amazing because even with this kind of pattern that you already laid down, there is always a variation to it. Now, Aurora, that's immediately a Heron.
Wow, this is a really incredible read coming in from AE's side. Their own opener, knowing that they're expecting some sort of traditional marksman in the gold. You know what? Let's force you to at least take the Purify. But that does leave, a lot to be said. Fredrin, 100% win rate coming in from Demon Kai. Why would you let that through knowingly as AE locks in the Phobius?
Because they are prepared for it. They will pick up the Phobius to counteract the potential explainer coming out from Aurora because they will just ban out the counters to the Phobius. For example, the Esmeralda, or maybe pick that up. Oh no, they will not pick it up. And also because they know that it is also an answer to the Heron potentially. Phobius in the Expedite with the Kalea, and then maybe a Farsa as their fourth pick. It makes it so that their first turtle is so strong up against the Fredrin.
Now let's talk about the upcoming mid-trio, because I'm already seeing Cho getting banned out for the side of AE. The fact that they also got rid of the Khalid in the very first phase does give me an idea that AE want to fight for the mid lane somehow. They know that they could get Eve later down the line, but they've waited so long for it, allowing Aurora to potentially ban it.
Yeah, that's right.
Gentlemen, can I just say I'm very happy that we're opening up where both teams are kind of playing to their comfort, playing to their own play style, because Aurora, I would say 100% win against SRG when they go for utility jungle, and now Alter Ego. Even the first opening here, they're already showing the willingness to fight and picking up this Claude again, the pick that was able to beat Team Liquid Philippines.
Okay. Now, I'm actually not going to be surprised if the chip is going to be banned by Alter Ego. There it is. It's such a good ban because I think you would think that maybe the Hylas is a better ban or maybe a Badang because of their composition. But Aurora have shown that they are willing to pick up the chip. And with Fredrin, with Jushin, and Heron, you can easily activate those heroes, and chip will be a difficult matchup if ever they prefer. So this is a smart ban.
It's taking away multiple different angles to actually engage in these fights. And personally, for me, I think it's a better option because Hylos and as well as Gatot are very straightforward. They're kind of linear style of roamers in comparison to Chip and Cho.
Oh, they're forcing the Farsa, but Alter Ego might just go for Lunox here.
Honestly, even Farsa is not bad. Having that Kalia can kind of give you quite a lot of tempo in early. In fact, you don't even have to rush it, right? You can pick up your jungler, but if your jungler is going to be something that Zephyr really wants to surprise us again, you can just pick up your mid here. Either Farsa or Lunox works well because you have a Kalia.
Farsa is the safest option, obviously. Now, Aurora will not pick up the Yuuzhan anymore. I think they will just go for the Lapu-Lapu because it just makes sense, right?
So much safer.
So much safer. But you also have that option of the Esmeralda.
Oh wait, no, Arlet is still available.
Oh yeah.
But up against the Phobius?
Yeah, but against Farsa and Claude, right?
I think it boils down to the question, Edward, do you want to win the lane? Can we trust you enough to hold out in the lane till we get to the mid game where we can actually utilize you in bigger team fights?
Yeah, I think the Arlet, maybe the Uranus can also be picked up, but
or CC.
The Lapu-Lapu is the best option here.
They need damage. They need that bridge for the turtle fights.
So that should be Lapu-Lapu. And
Yuuzhan is still open.
Hylas perhaps for light.
They can go Hylas or Gaton. Kind of depends on what they want. Disengage or something more to fight. Good call, Wolf. Good call.
And now, if you're Alter Ego, you're going to be looking for your jungler now. Up against the Fredrin, you usually think about the Akai, right? Akai's good.
It's not bad.
Or Guinevere, actually. But what if they go Suyo? There's not much magic damage from the other sources, but apart from Parrot, of course, in the early game.
But they do. But they do have a lot of CC, which is why I'm a little concerned about this, right? Does that mean that if we go for Suyo, we just have to omit, you know what, we're not going to go for the neutrals until Lords, we're looking to get advantages in lane.
Just win early, right? But they pick up the Nolan instead. So, again, this is Alter Ego saying, like, we got somewhere to be, guys. Let's end the game very, very fast. What do you feel about the draft for Aurora?
I think it's pretty even. There's a slight advantage for Alter Ego.
Well, what about you, Gideon?
I don't know. I think that it's a little more lopsided than that. I think that Aurora definitely is going to be slower in the early stages of the game, but if they keep it tight, I think mid-game it's pretty easy for them.
You know what? I'm very sorry to the stats on screen, but I legit don't care because at this point, there's something that you can't calculate, and that's the player spirit here using all their favorite heroes. So, ladies and gentlemen, now that the draft has finished up, this is game number 1 of this grand finals. Gonna be flying clouds. So now we're gonna be throwing it over to our casters, Leo, Trex, and Mirko.
It's time to write the first chapter in the revelation that is this grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, Aurora Gaming Philippines from the upper bracket, Alter Ego from the lower, doing the nigh impossible, now stand on the grand stage.
All right, taking a look at this draft, we have a new pick, at least from last series and all of yesterday. We haven't seen Yasuke on this Nolan yet, and he's gonna bring it up in game number 1. This is all about feeling each other out in a best of 7.
But we have seen a similar pick to this, the Suyo, something that wants to go fast and something that is very Alter Ego.
And they're going down memory lane. There was a time where Nolan was in the metagame alongside Suyo. So it's clear that Coach Zephyr, Professor X's needs and foresight are coming through. Quick peek at the emblems if you plan on playing Nolan in this current metagame. There's not much really changing here. Oh, quick start mid.
Yep, just a little bit more damage over on Yue. Alec blocking the passive constantly, getting the sustain over to Hijume.
I mean, well done already. We're seeing the aggression in the mid, but still nobody goes down. Demon Kite on this spread run. I mean, Aurora Gaming, I feel like their draft, they just keep it so simple. They keep it very Aurora Gaming PH. And if they win with this, it's a very good start from them because they don't have to change too much up. It's their style.
It's getting full from a basic breakfast or like a little glass of milk, a cup of coffee, if you will. Alter Ego, though, they're flexing how deep their hero pool goes. Could have sworn they were going to go utility as well since there is a good combo in Hijume and Alec, and then they can bank on Arfi, but Yasuke, the hero pool on this young man.
Yeah, and this is what we were kind of teasing about in the pre-match, right? We were talking about how Alter Ego, they want to go fast, but Aurora Gaming Philippines, they know how to play slow. They know how to slow the tempo down all the way to a point where Alter Ego makes mistakes. And already they're setting up, but look. Already Dark Wave coming in. Demon Kite taking down the Fracture, all in. The light coming in for the re-engage. Yue pops in Crimson Beacon, able to get a Lantern Flare. Edward jumps in now with the Rainbow Spider. It's going to be Nino in the back line as Edward.
Yue taking a lot of damage, might just go down here.
Alec will take a few shots. Nino! With Inferno Pursuit now jumps again. Another jump forward, but now he's caught in a bad place. Has another proc of the Inferno Pursuit. Will be able to go for the jump again and again. Takes a turret shot and gets shanked by Demon Kite as Yasuke moves to the purple buff.
A speedy response from Alter Ego, just as speedy as their start was. Demon Kite with a clutch take, didn't even use Retry.
Alter Ego start things off fast. They do win out in kills. It's still the first turtle on the map, though. Yasuke tries to take a different path. Not getting that purple means they didn't get too much out of that trade.
Yep, flickers were used, and now we're jumping over Turtle 1.
Nino in the back going in for Yue. Suzuki's going to be taken very low by Edward. He's going to go for the stun. Glorious Pathway coming down as the turtle was already secured by Demon Kite, but now it's going to be Nino all alone. Crimson Beacon and Lantern Flare picking him up. He's trying to go for the pursuit. Dark Wave by Nino. Jumps over on Edward. Gets another proc, but will be slain by Edward.
Alec has to get out of here with a Tsunami Slam. Looking for the escape.
Alec cannot escape. There was a lantern on him and a big horse.
A little too early for El Padre to be pushing their limits. Again, this is a Phobius. You need some modicum of items built to be able to do that.
Luckily, Yasuke, though, keeps on getting out of these fights. As long as Yasuke stands tall, they have a chance in future neutral objectives. All the games that we saw last time, when they lost, Yasuke had a bad game, so it's huge to keep him on 1-0.
You're alluding to his game on the Fanny, the clincher against SRG. I could have sworn, watching that too, we're going all the way. But here, I agree. Yasuke needs that same amount of patience. Sure, he hasn't got punished yet, hasn't died, but if you want to take it to Aurora Gaming, you have to play the slow game.
And this is the thing about the Nolan. You actually shouldn't be contesting a neutral objective early. Yes, if there are real situations where Nino can actually zone Demon Kite, then take it. But now they're going to go for the dive in the bottom lane. Alec, flicker in, Tsunami Slam, Fracture come down, and all in over on Edward. And it's a pick down below, but look at the response from Aurora Gaming. Glorious pathway.
Arfi just needs to go home at this point. He's got to get out of here. The BMI, the Blazing Duet.
Cancelled out now, the pickup and the throw down back. But again, it's Light who takes the kill.
Could have gone better for Aurora, but macro-wise, the trade is good. It's an XP laner for a gold laner. Well, are my eyes damned? Is that an orange steal from Yasuke?
It seems... no. Demon Kai has the orange ball.
Okay, so that's all the way from his own.
Yep.
All right, so still, the trade stands. That's what's holding Aurora Gaming's 500 gold lead. It's the trade for the Lapu Lapu for the Claude. It's not a good start for Arfi.
I will say this, though. That getting the trade in the EXP lane does even things out between Edward and Nino. Nino already took 2 deaths, so that makes Nino a little more helpful in these future fights.
Jump over on Alec from Edward. Bravest fighter already used up, but Demon Kite is on the turtle, and Yazuke doesn't seem interested. Now is Light. Gets caught with a passive, but that's about it. It's free for Aurora. Arfi, Blazing Duet up top.
That's an ult for an ult in the gold lane. So far, Aurora Gaming have bridged their early game. They figured out, hey, we can be this. I'm holding my hands out about 6 inches apart. This aggressive against the alter ego, but not anymore because AE, they're willing to fight. A little bit of pressure, Tsunami Slam!
The lockdown now with Hijime going for the sun as well. Big bonk, Alec gonna be taking it now. Good taunt coming down as Nino rotates and flanks him on the other side. It's the inferno pursuit to take him down as Yasuke goes in with a Helmet of the Dark Wave from Nino over on Yue with the Crimson Beacon. Gets him to safety and now they go back to the mid lane.
So 2 down on the side of Aurora Gaming. A tower does go into the hands of Aurora Gaming, but Alter Ego are getting away with pushing this aggression in the early game.
Nino not letting the early stumbles take over. Once bitten, never shy. El Padre pushing forward. Domekite finds Yasuke, but again, that's what you get with a Nolan. You get mobility, you get burst. And ladies and gentlemen, look at this crowd just outside Tenis Indoor Senayan.
GG.
That's why we call MLBB our national sport. At this point, it might just be, dude. Everybody in Indonesia has finally come through.
All right, so taking a look at the items, Arfi only about 360 gold behind, and when we finally have marksman gold laners like this, they are going to be very important in the first, second lords, those big fights that ultimately matter. Starlium Sight does lock in for Domin Kite in the jungle. Even with the 2 deaths on Demon Kite, Yasuke isn't too far ahead.
And just to put this into context, being a tank jungler, you don't need that much farm. So that just spells how slow the farm is for Yasuke. He clears waves much, much faster than Demon Kite. So this is a slow start for Yasuke.
Right. In the bush, Arfi's gonna try to go for the cancel situation and all in coming down. Arfi Blazing Duet, Tsunami Slam based on the Purify. They get the kill on Doming. Onto Arfi, turtle up top though is the response from Aurora.
I don't know how worth it is to trade your gold laner for the turtle. I'm sure Aurora saw that a mile away.
Yeah, that's a big win for Alter Ego. Plus, big chance of getting this tower on bot as Alter Ego blocks off Light and Yue to try to get down to save it.
Trades all over, and so far, I think Alter Ego have won the past couple. That puts Aurora Gaming in a weird position. The one lane that they for sure won, that gold lane, they just lost.
Yeah, but the thing is Aurora Gaming's okay with a 500 gold deficit, right? They're okay with a 1,000 gold deficit. The whole point of this strategy here is to buy time till around 9-10 minutes, wait till a couple lords where they can beat you out in macro and in big grouped up team fights.
What you're saying is slow is smooth and smooth is fast.
Exactly.
So getting there is an inevitability. It's up to Alter Ego to force Aurora to stumble. And that's why Aurora's backing off.
Nami's on the glorious pathway again. Yue able to go for Crimson Beacon, flicker out from Hijime, but it gets picked up and thrown back to the fray as Light goes in with Edward. But Alec is able to sustain. Arfi into the backside with a Blazing Duet. It's big bonked on him. Now the fracture coming in from Yasuki to take Domin Kite down as Nino continues to jump back and forth. Inferno pursuit, but now it's Yue to lock him down. He goes for one last war, but Edward cuts him down.
Ay caramba, El Padre falls. And Yasuke instead goes for the purple. Demon Kite reciprocates.
Trade for trade, purple for purple, but for the first time, Aurora Gaming gets a huge win on that team fight. They turn it into a tower as well.
AE seems to have met their match. an unspeakable amount of aggression, unparalleled target acquisition, met with an ube lineup that breaks through your box. This is the unboxing strat that Wolf often talks about. Aurora Gaming, the way their lineup works is, it's just ungodly amounts of crowd control that the backline just can't even come in. Hijume just popped like that.
Big Sky Piercer pickup there, and every time Light sees the feathered airstrike, he just starts running at him.
That's a straight line.
Straight line.
All right, so from here, taking a look at these gold laners once again, still at about a standstill. 2 items for 2 items. I think the question is, you know, normally the Claude has been so much better in terms of things, but Domeng on the Harith, he's his own breed at this point.
Yep, and that's the thing. When it comes to Arfi, he's good on the marksman, but he's not great. He's great on the Freyas, on the fighters as well. And you can clearly see Arfi, he got canceled in that fight. He went in way too early, and now Rora's holding the turret, the Lord.
Dance has begun. Alter Ego making their move, the conceal from Alec.
You know, walking up at Edward, doing the same thing now with the help of Glorious Pathways. The Tsunami Slam is able to lock Edward down, but now look at the damage on Hijume. It's Edward in the back with Light.
And now Yasuke goes down as well. Alec all on his own.
You know, jumping to the back line now, trying to go for the inferno pursuit, but again, it's going to be Domeng, Kai, and Yue going for the damage. Domeng doing enough to take Nino down with the help of Yue.
Alter Ego struggle in these situations where they're not the aggressors, they're not the predators, they're not in control. Aurora Gaming on the flick of a dime go for the heart of their lineup, and that's what led to this massive win.
Alter Ego already down to inhibitors on the mid side. Aurora Gaming just punching a straight line with the Lord coming soon.
It's been a while since we've seen a carry Lapu-Lapu, but that is what Edward is right now.
Thanks.
They're consistently finding Hijume, compromising Arfi. The one combo you have, Tsunami Slam it to either of these carries, should do it. That's what's making Yasuke's job so hard is, how do I clean up? What do I clean up?
I think the big thing for Alter Ego in past games is they're able to last it up. Wait a second.
There we go. That's a big charge from the Lord at the mid lane. They crack it open with no response from Alter Ego. Arfi taking a big portion of that damage. Dark Wave landing on 3, but there's no damage currently. And Aurora have had enough. They crack open the base turret, and now it's back to the systematic Aurora.
They smelled something was fishy there. No vision on Yasuke. Where is he hiding out? They decide, all right, we got what we came for. That's a huge win already this early. Let's back off.
This is a moment wherein our good friend Joseph would say they got their head on a swivel. They don't need to see Yasuke, but the fact that they don't see him
means they see him.
Should be a signal, yeah, that
they know where he at.
They're
not at the base.
They sniffed him, and now Yasuke commits Grand Theft Purple, guilty of 1 charge. Hijume forced to use the feathered airstrike just to clear mid. As
Light.
Aurora just flush out the jungle. All right, spots him, drops that Glorious Pathway. Hijume just wings by wings out.
At this point, it's a mind game from Light, dude.
And at this point, they're farming each other's purples. I think that's like the 3rd one to just go to opposite sides.
Cross-jungling.
Cross-jungling, exactly.
Light here gets that stun on Alec. Even Alec isn't having the greatest time. A majority of the targets that he can hit will either purify or would love to be in the center of Alter Ego's lineup.
All right, so taking a look at these items one more time. Yasuke's been farming his mind off, essentially. He's still ahead of Demon Kite, even with the gold deficit. His goal has been get your items up.
But him being ahead by 100 isn't where he wants to be. Again, tank items, ladies and gentlemen, are significantly cheaper than damage items. So he wants to be like 1,000, 1,500 up. Because look, Demon Kite's Fredrin already has Athena's Shield, Anti-Cuirass, Brute Force Breastplate. This is all he needs.
I would even go further, Leo. I feel like a 1,000 gold lead won't even cut it against a Fredrin on a Nolan. You need to be ahead by at least 2,000.
A full item.
A full item. And that's usually how it is when we see the Yisun. Shin against a Fredrin, Nolan against a Fredrin, the splash clearers.
And that's what Aurora Gaming is doing so well here in game number 1. Not only are they winning head-on initiations, but they're able to find resources to take away from Yasuke. Light counter the initiate.
Yep. Now it's going to be the disengage from Nino. He goes for the Dark Wave, landing it onto, but now Edward forcing to fight. That's good. Tsunami Slam to cancel out the last portion of the Raging Slash. Big bomb from Demon Kite, and Edward cuts him down again. He's on a killing spree.
Yasuke still in the jungle, gonna try to lock on.
That ain't it. He got taunted by the demon, and Domeng takes him down.
Yue and Dom and Kite are good targets, but not when there's two chunky boys next to them. Make it three, a half man, half horse.
And that's the way that Aurora Gaming is approaching every single one of these fights. Everyone just huddles around Demon Kite in light. Because if anyone tries to catch Domeng, and if anyone tries to catch Yue, the taunt comes in. The little bonk from Hylos comes in.
We've come full circle, ladies and gentlemen. The last time Edward was on this stage, in this arena, not a single game he won. And he's just moments away from correcting that, historically.
4-1-6. Man is performed. Oh, wait a second. This is a classic alter ego move. Whenever the enemy gets a lord, they go to look for the pickoff, but can they take Edward down? Tsunami Slam coming down with the burst damage of Ijume, and Edward will have the immortality, actually. I think that's enough to get him out, and Edward does survive, and now he goes back in with a helmet Demon Kite. Meanwhile, light on the back line with Yue, jumping in as Domeng goes for the base. What is him on force already? Yasuke getting rid of Yue, but Domeng has to be all over the way. Yue comes in from Arthur.
Nino also trying to block it off as Yasuke works on the Lord.
Nino's all alone, now against 4. He's jumping ready for a pursuit. He's so tanky, but again, he's constantly jumping in as RP does a lot of damage. Dark Wave coming in from Nino, but Domeng takes him down.
The minions are cleared, but one more wave against the base.
They're gonna go straight for it. No nonsense, Aurora take game 1.
Surgical and clean. Aurora knows which fights to take, and Alter Ego have met their match. Game 1 goes to the Northern Lights.
Hopefully at this point some lessons were learned from both sides, but mostly from Alter Ego. If they're going to ban the Freya, you might just have to start banning the Fredrin. You might have to respect the other team as well.
And you gotta feel for Arfi in that situation. He went Claude, he's like, all right, do I go Purify or Flicker? Why would I go Purify? The only guy that can cancel me is Demon Kite on Fredrin. And we got a Phobias, we have a Farsa, we have ways to stop him from going in. But then Demon Kite just says, yeah, nah.
What a rude awakening for last night's multiple-time MVP winner, Arfi. This is one way to realize I'm not a great marksman. I'm pretty good, but not great. What else do Alter Ego have up their sleeves?
Well, one thing's for sure, they cannot give the Claude over to Domeng.
All right. At this point, definitely don't give it to Domeng. Definitely maybe start thinking about the Fredrin. But let's see what the panel has to say about it. An amazing first game, guys.
I would say it's a perfect way to open up the grand finals. And gentlemen, the thing that I've noticed now, after the first game of this grand finals, the whole story about M7 is your identity. The teams that figure out and stick to their identity will eventually win. And those that betray themselves will start to lose. Here, Aurora, again, bringing that utility jungler looks absolutely amazing. And so far, Arfi is the best when it comes to fighters in the gold lane. I think it's still pretty good on the Claude. But again, I kind of feel like at this point, either Alter Ego really needs to respect this strat coming in from Aurora and figure out a way to deal with it, or they just got to figure out their own identity and somehow give a fighter over to Arfi.
Well, I don't think they're moving too far away from their identity. I don't know if you'll agree with me, Wolf, but I think a lot of this game just boiled down to dividing and conquering in the earlier stages of the game. But I think Light, as the point guard, making clear decisions for the rest of the team. Hey, let's stop the feathered airstrike. I saw at the peripheral vision of my minimap, Yasuke moving over to that purple buff. We can defend it if we don't waste too much time.
I will never argue against that identity of Aurora, because I think it is the identity of Aurora. They actually have been so masterful with it. Maybe the only reason why this is not looking good for Alter Ego, or giving it up is not good for, it's not going to be good for them for the entire series, is because of the fact that they can make mistakes when up against this kind of composition. For Aurora, all they have to do is to play the game as it should be played. And that's exactly what they did. They punished the side of Alter Ego when Alter Ego tries to go for an over-aggressive play. Remember the play in the bottom lane where they did get important kills, or Alter Ego did, but they eventually got traded out. Kills after kills after kills, like -1 every minute. It all becomes, you know, it all piles up, and then all of a sudden, you're no longer in control of the game.
And look at this, the MVP by Realme, our official gaming phone. 3-1 and 10 is Light coming in from Aurora, Philippines, and again, absorbing a lot of damage. And as amazing as Claude is, I actually do like the introduction of the Chastise Pauldron into the tank items, because I feel like it is an item that took a while for a lot of players to warm up to. But now you can see quite a lot of players actually don't mind rushing this item. Even if you think the opponent is not like an attack speed hero, you would be surprised against opponents that even if they don't have attack speed, it does matter a lot.
Oh, it matters so much. That passive is disgusting, especially when you have like a slight lead in the earlier stages of the game. It feels like you're unkillable. Yeah. So a lot of these moments, as we see them actually fight, right, comes down to, does Hijime have his ult or not? Can Light actually look to cancel it out? Because as soon as Hijime loses that important ultimate, Yue can do whatever he wants, right? He doesn't need his ult to be relevant in these fights.
I wouldn't even go out of my way and say that the Chastise Soul Drone was actually the reason why we have fighter gold laners right now, because they're not dependent on attack speeds. And in this scenario, you're looking at this Nolan as well as this Claude. The Claude will definitely suffer from this Chastise Smolder. The timings was just perfect. Now, let's talk about like how do you actually implement this utility strategy coming out from Aurora. This is a box type strategy that is really good at punishing those that it can unbox. If you're looking at the composition of Alter Ego, they kind of want to go front to back with this Nolan, with this Phoebes, then eventually with this Claude, but they can also go dive. I think that Alter Ego chose to continuously dive against Aurora, and the result is they just kept getting picked off. I think their formation wasn't good enough for them to implement this kind of strategy because they are always diving into the box, the area or the zone of control of Aurora.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Light was able to be that focal point, right? Really the cornerstone to make sure that this box actually works. You're revealing one edge of it, but truly, do you see every single angle? Most of the time, it's going to be no. The best way to summarize the way the game was basically played, it's checkers, right? We're not even getting into the chess side of it yet. It's consistent trades, and eventually Aurora is able to get 2s and 3s.
And the reason why they're getting 2s and 3s and when they're just giving up 1s is because they are good at turning into heroes that put a lot of priority, in important heroes of Alter Ego. For example, if Phoebus comes and jump into the Harith and the Harith doesn't have the ultimate, they immediately turn into that Phoebus. When the Claude comes in, they will drop everything that they have and they will focus on that Claude. Aurora is so good at reacting to Alter Ego to the point where Alter Ego looks like they're creating those mistakes just because of how Aurora is instantaneous with their reactions.
I really like the refinement coming in from Aurora because, again, they know how they play. They just got to make sure that it's basically perfect. And in case something does go wrong, how do you react to it? And I got to say, most of their reactions is actually from Edward. Edward made sure that no shenanigans is going to be there. You guys come in, you got to fight the Lapu.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, there's so many times where as an EXP laner, pressing buttons is the right way to go, but he's holding onto that land trigger only for the right moments, only for when the movement abilities and dashes are out. That's when he goes for the big plays, that's when he goes for the flickers.
Yeah. Now you have to think, if you are heading to game number 2, if you're Alter Ego, do you deny or ban the Frederick? So as teams have tried to solve the problem against Alter Ego, which is the Freya and the Leomord, and the only way to go about it is to just ban the Freya. You're now Alter Ego. Do you now ban the Frederick?
I mean, like,
think about the Harith.
I'm worried because of two things. Number one is that Frederick's not there, Leomar is going to be there, and Dimikai has already shown he has a pretty mean Akai. Now, here's the thing. This is the World Championship, and our players need the best device just to make sure that everything happens smoothly. And for you guys at home, there's an extra edge for everyone. You guys get the Realme 15 Pro because, again, it has all the AI goodies, win rate predictions, analyze gold item, everything in real time, and it even have the consecutive skill function. So in case you're new to the hero, you can set your skills, and then with just one button, it can execute perfectly. Again, shout outs to the Realme 15 Pro, the M7 official gaming phone, for making sure they gave the very best experience to our players. You play, we carry. This is the Realme 15 Pro, the M7 official gaming phone.
Beautiful design, nice and sleek, and it's got everything. Honestly, I like the size of it. Fits my hands really nicely, so I'm going to keep this in the meantime. Don't worry about it.
And now, Gideon, would you mind inviting V? Because V will like to see this grand finals. V has been here the entire time, looking very cute. So, again, thank you very much to V. Come on, let's check out this guy and see what V has to say to us.
V, but you don't have to be shy. You don't have to be shy, V. You can give it. Come on. Be brave. Be brave.
Alright, my name's V. You know, I'm from Visa, the brand that connects the whole world, like everywhere. My job's dead simple. Help you pay fast, safe and proper, smart. Shopping, traveling, even them little day-to-day bits.
with V sorted, no stress, sound that. So come on, let's crack on with a cashless life. That's easier and boss.
V, I didn't know you knew Scouts. You really are an international phenomenon.
Hey, I gotta say, V sounds like he can't get knocked out, man. Something about V, like you kind of don't want to mess with him. He can be your best friend in more ways than one. He's the real MVP. Like if someone messes with you, you're like, yo, V, you got my back, right?
Championship caliber.
Championship caliber. Shout out to Scouts as well.
Yeah, man.
Might as well, right?
If I ever get into a bar fight, I'm calling V over. He's one of my boys.
And here's the thing, if you guys want to fight, how about a 1v1, right? Because you guys can actually 1v1 with the Fairy Games app. You guys can create and host the 1v1. You guys can play and then get as much points as you can to eventually get you prizes like the M7 Tribute Rings, the MLBB Diamonds, and of course, new MLBB skins. Make sure you guys download on the App Store as well as Google Play Store and register your MLBB ID to start playing. Now, gentlemen, shout outs to all our sponsors. They're amazing friends, and you guys made this possible. And we do hope that this Grand Finals goes all the way, because even though we've seen Zephyr for like what? A better part of 2 to 3 weeks now, we've seen that he likes to adjust. Now, I really want to see how he adjusts for this one, because in that previous draft, Leo Mort was not touched at all. Not picked, not banned. I wonder if something will change around the jungle pick.
I think, and now Wolf has already brought up a couple of good points about specifically having these utility junglers. I think it's less of a problem with the utility junglers, but the combination of it with this Jushin. That's why we're not seeing the Leo Mort in this particular matchup, because, the amount of peel that they have with just these two heroes is kind of insane. Sprinkle a little bit more CC, and then it becomes impossible.
Well, you know what? I think it's fine, because here's the thing, our players are playing on the secret lab chair, which make it so that they can play all 7 games here, giving amazing comfort with the ergonomic chairs trusted by the world's best MLBB teams. Whether you're enjoying a casual game with friends or representing your org and country on the M7 world stage, Secret Lab can elevate your game with tournament-grade ergonomic support. Again, the very same kind that powers the pros, the casters, analysts, everyone here in the MLBB Pro scene.
Get yours today, maybe tomorrow. Hey, I mean, you take your time with it, because again, if you want greatness, start with the Secret Lab. Wolf, I'm curious to know, because for this upcoming game, we've seen Aurora kind of like make these small adjustments every time they play in the upper bracket. Do you think they are going to be the ones who are going to stick to their guns, or switch on over to just make sure AE is constantly on the edge?
The quick answer to that is they're going to stick with their guns until it loses, until there is a draft that Alter Ego can come up with to counteract it. I think that is the reason. The reason why that is the case is because they want to get as much points as possible, to get to that point where if they're at, let's say at match point and they already are figured out afterwards, then they employ a new strategy that hopefully Alter Ego does not solve yet. So to answer your question, until it works, they will use it.
Hey, you know what they say, right? That's how cookie crumbles in beginning, right? So as long as it still works, just keep on using it. Like, I like that mentality, because it's really on you. Because we got to remind ourselves, I would say even in a best of 5, the mental stamina is going to be tested, right? So I really feel like you got to pace yourself. You don't have to do anything unnecessary and burn out early. If you just, in a sense, just blow your load early, it makes it very difficult for you to draft later on, because then like, okay, there's just no more surprises.
I don't know, that sounds a little premature. Considering that both of these teams are truly at the top of their game, it's really trying to get as close to the edge as possible without tipping over and losing your sense of self, right? Because once you have that clarity after you make those mistakes, I think that AE now, coming into this draft, might switch things up. First of all, I think it has to start with blue side, red side.
That's right.
Can I just say, I love your linguistic ability.
Thank you.
You're amazing.
Yep. You're really good at this. And then we're talking about like the adjustments coming up from Alter Ego. They have to start with the blue side for sure. But now they also will have to think about their jungle choices. I think that the idea why they chose the Nolan makes sense in a vacuum, because you need an assassin against the Jushin. You also need a hero that can outpace this Fredrin. However, the Fredrin plus the Jushin combination is such a strong combo in a way that you can only counter one and not both. If you counter the Fredrin part, then the Jushin part will just be free. And then when you try to counter the Jushin part, the Fredrin, as you saw in game number 1, will be free. So I think that the middle ground in that scenario is to go for fighters. That's why I really thought that the Suyo will be a better choice in that previous draft. Maybe a Guinevere eventually. I think that Alter Ego just have to really pick their battles, or maybe just make sure that they only have to solve one.
I would have to say something that I like about the draft coming in from Aurora or from Philippines in general is that they draft in a way where the margin of error is actually quite low. But now we have more surprises here in the M7 World Championship. In fact, we're going to be throwing it over to the host to see, is there any more surprises for us?
Aurora Gaming Philippines takes the first blood in this best of 7 series. However, before we continue this action-packed series, we have some very exciting news to share with our MLBB fans.
We were pretty sure that everyone will love this, especially MLBB fans from Thailand. What exactly is it? Well, let's all watch this video.
ในฐานะทีมที่ได้แชมป์ไทยเยอะที่สุดมันถึงเวลาแล้วที่เราต้องมุ่งสู่ขั้นต่อไปนั่นคือการเป็นแชมป์โลกของจริง
ถ้าตั้งใจคนไทยไม่แพ้ชาติใดในโลกพวกเราจะพิสูจน์ให้เห็นในเวทีระดับโลก
อนาคตที่ยั่งยืนคือเป้าหมายของเราซึ่ง MLBB สามารถช่วยให้เราไปถึงเป้าหมายนั้นได้
พวกเราได้พิสูจน์ตัวเองแล้วพวกเราก็เป็นทีมแชมป์ในเกมโมบ้าบนมือถือได้เหมือนกันและตอนนี้พวกเราก็อยากจะเผชิญหน้ากับความท้าทายใหม่ๆไปกับ MLBB
ถ้าเพื่ออนาคตที่รออยู่ข้างหน้าต่อให้อุปสรรคจะถาโถมเข้ามาแบบไหนพวกเราก็ไม่หวั่น
จงกล้าในวันที่คนอื่นกลัวการที่เราเป็นผู้บุกเบิกสิ่งใหม่แม้มันอาจจะยากแต่มันคือโอกาสที่ประเมินค่าไม่ได้
อย่างที่รู้กันพวกเราคือทีมแห่งโอกาสและในเมื่อมีโอกาสใหม่ๆเข้ามาพวกเราก็ยินดีรับมันไว้
โอกาสจะมาถึงมือคนที่ไม่ยอมแพ้เท่านั้นและโอกาสที่ว่านั้นก็ได้มาถึงมือพวกเราแล้ว
MLBB คือเกมที่จะพาประเทศไทยไปสู่ระดับโลกได้อย่างแท้จริงการันตีด้วยยอดผู้เล่นกว่า 1,500 ล้านคนในมากกว่า 200 ภูมิภาคและประเทศทั่วโลกแถมยังมียอดเข้าชมการแข่งขันอีสปอร์ตบนมือถือพร้อมกันมากที่สุดในโลกประจำปี 2025 ถึง 4,100,000 วิวและถูกเสนอชื่อเข้าชิงรางวัลในรายการ The eSport Award และ The Game Award ถึง 2 ปีซ้อนประเทศไทยพร้อมลุยแล้วร่วมประกาศศักดาของไทยให้ทั้งโลกได้เห็นกัน
And there you guys have it. A new regional tournament is officially here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Super League Thailand launches this year.
This league will feature 10 elite teams composed of 8 established Thai powerhouses and 2 teams from open qualifiers.
And Glenn, I actually heard that some of the MSL Thailand representatives are here in the arena with us watching the M7, and I cannot wait to see them in action. Also guys, for your information, MSL Thailand directly connects the region to the global MLBB ecosystem, as their champions will have a slot in the MSC 2026 wildcards.
This is a huge note for Thailand's legacy in MLBB that began with their victory at the first MLBB International Championship in MSC 2017.
Yes, sir. Now, don't forget to tune in to MSL Thailand as the Open qualifiers begin in March. For now, let's continue on our Best of 7 series. Let the world see us.
Yes, sir, dude! Oh boy, really excited to have Thailand here with everybody else. And more importantly, LaFell, we witnessed it from the very beginning, right? All the way from MSC and now reintroducing this previous legacy region back to the modern age.
All right, just to confirm. All right, I can hear my voice. That's perfect. And yes, shout out to Thailand. Can't wait to go back there again for the wildcards. Well, hopefully we get to go there, right? But either ways, right now in this best of 7, we can see all 10 players are already on stage. Looking at the faces of Alter Ego, they look calm, they look happy. So I'm really feeling like, okay, game 1, we learned quite a few things. Now it's really all about adjustment. I feel like, honestly, when it comes to draft, I think it's honestly quite good. You know, everything is okay. It really is just about the execution. And I really feel like it's just Aurora just being one step ahead because they've been using this since forever, right?
And they were so instant when it comes to their picks, right? When they saw that it was the Claude, they instantly go for the Frederick and Harriet. They didn't even waste any second to pick those up. And then they also went for their comfort picks with the Lapu-Lapu as well as the Hydas. Some people will say that the Esmeralda will be better against the Fulvius and whatnot, and against the Farsta. You can't have that high loss, but they still went for that because they're not that concerned about their opponent's strategy. They're more concerned about can they actually execute their box. And you saw in the previous game, they are so systematic with it. When somebody jumps, they will go peel with the high loss. They help each other out when it comes to their box setups. And Dominic, Demon Kite, I mean, so reliable with the taunts.
He's really good at it. They had the golden trifecta of the Zushin, made sure that they had the high loss, and on top of all of that, having a Fredrin, I don't see them becoming an impenetrable wall without that golden trifecta. Hopefully, we will see something a little different here in Broken Walls.
Nice transition there, kid. Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, because, yeah, we are in Broken Walls. Alter Ego will be first pick. And look at this, already batting out those
the utility jumpers.
Risky utility jumpers, man. Yes, that's how I describe them.
Frisky.
Deal with it.
Interesting.
Am I wrong though?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you're wrong, but they definitely,
because they do step on you.
They do step on you. They come into full contact on purpose, right? And I still like the idea that AE needs to get rid of this Khalid, but at the same time, does this disrupt the trifecta? You don't have the utility jungles anymore. I feel like AE wants to force Aurora in a more coin flippy style of composition.
Maybe somewhere along the lines of a Croc, because it is actually available as of now. At the same time though, are they actually willing to play the Jushin? We do know that it is a very strong hero, but we rarely get to see Alter Ego pick that up. However, I still feel like it's the best mage that we have right now in the metagame, just because it allows for you to be snowbally in the laning stage when you get the turtle so easily. And even in the latter portions, because of the Sky Piercer, you can actually back up a punch, you can actually impact the team fights. It seems like there will be a little bit of a change.
I mean, like, here's the thing, Wolf. I don't know about you, but I love Jushin, man. Any reason to pick it up, I'll pick it up. Because Jushin is one of those heroes that's really not selfish. Right? She will always help people out. And if attention gets on her, she can protect herself.
She's literally like...
She don't need no man.
She's literally like the most tanky mage we have in the meta.
Yes!
Kind of ridiculous how the design of it made her like impossible to deal with at times. But I feel at the bare minimum, this might be a mistake. I think that right now, holding on to just Freya alongside with the Jushin, there has to be some kind of leeway here. There needs to be some kind of give and take.
I gotta say, sometimes I feel like she's as tanky as a Grok. Which, a big wall of a castle, and a girl that doesn't even wear shoes. Make it make sense. Floating around.
With butterflies, you know. What I feel like, what makes...
Yep, there you go, I agree. Yeah.
Jushin really strong is that...
You guys love Jushin too, right? Yeah, see? Everyone loves Jushin.
Of course. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, Jushin is a hero that actually activates most of the junglers, even when they're assassin junglers. Obviously, Fredrin with the Jushin or any utility jungler with the Jushin is already pretty good. But if you play the assassin, just because of your mid lane prio, how strongly you can affect the mid lane when it comes to the laning stage, that makes Jushin really a big threat when it comes to... It's really a first pick worthy hero.
Honestly, it's very interesting where Munta tried to adjust her, thinking like, okay, now we'll see something. He was like, no, you kind of made it stronger.
Yep. It's really difficult to balance this hero, right? Because again, it has such a unique mechanic that outranges literally everybody at level 1, and there's nothing you can do about it, you know? With the only exception being Kimmy, but that's only when her passive is up and you can zone her off the wave anyways.
Yeah, I kind of don't want Winter to adjust her that much.
But
there's so many nerfs to Jushin, but still first pick worthy.
Yeah. It's kind of like Cho. The kit is always going to be relevant.
The kid is always so good.
Yeah, I think Cho and Claude, they're both like M-series heroes, you know?
Yeah, Fanny as well.
No, here's the thing. I really have this theory. They are certain heroes. No matter what, you can one-trick them. Like Cho is the best example. Even if the damage Cho is bad, you have tank. If tank Cho is bad, you go damage. And if either is bad, your kick is going to be so good, it doesn't matter.
Cho is a type of hero where you can have a 10-month drought in a year, and then come the M-series, it will still be a success. It will still be a priority pick, you know?
That's why it has a lot of skins.
It's so good. It's so. I wouldn't be too surprised if there was like a subreddit r/Way of the Dragon just for Cho. It makes so much sense.
Yep, there you go. We have
talked about both of these heroes, the first Jushin and then the Grok.
Grok into Leomord. They banned out the Freya at the very least, so still respect there from Rora.
Okay, so how do you answer this, Alter Ego? You don't necessarily want to go for the Claude immediately because there's the Grok. I think you also can take away Harith. At the same time, though, that will be not a good hero for you. So this is super duper interesting for Alter Ego because now we can see how they will now manage to counter the Leomord. Previously, they went in for the Claude, then eventually the Suyo.
Yep.
However, because they already showed that before, Aurora might be prepared against that.
What if they went?
I think they. Okay, so.
Ooh. Speaking of Cho, by the way.
Cho.
Most of the heroes we talk about is here.
Well, I was expecting the Cho. I wasn't so sure about the user. I was thinking more along the lines of Sora first to kind of keep things open, but this is a very direct way to play the comp.
I think the Farsa will be picked up here by Aurora, but then again, Harith is also available. I think just between those two heroes will be the third pick here for Aurora. I think the Farsa is a much better pickup, though.
I mean, like, here's the thing. This is why I feel like Alter Ego, they're lying by being honest. Because again, look at that draft. They're like, okay, we kind of know where everything is going, but at the same time, you're like, wait, where is this going?
Yeah. Well, what we do know is that Aurora is going into that funnel direction. This Farsa and the Grok, a worthy adversary to Cho Jushin mid lane. I think that matchup is so even. I mean, of course, the first wave literally favors the Farsa and the Grok because of the wall and third round part, but from then on, this mid lane battle is probably one of the strongest mid lane battles we'll ever get to see.
No, I appreciate this duo, you know. Jushin and Farok are amazing.
Groksa.
I like that. I like that a lot better.
I kind of like Farok.
Farok, yeah.
Because you can create a skin. Farshot. Nah, but like Rock, you know, like imagine Farsa with the guitar and Grok with drums.
I like that. I like that.
That's a skin idea.
That's a skin idea.
Yeah, that's
rock out.
Make it happen.
That's the duo that's going to be rocking my world in just a little bit. Uranus ban for the side of AE. I think this is to be expected. Do they want to double down with an Esme on top of it, or do they want to diversify?
I think the Esmeralda just is such a good ban because they will not have enough for that. They only have the Cho and the Jushin. There are a few heroes that can actually survive this mid lane duo, and Esmeralda is definitely one of those heroes. I think it's a worthy ban. At the same time, there was a time where the Glue and the Farsa was used to counter the Yuzhong. Even someone like Sanford, who mains the Yuzhong, will not survive that kind of lane. So Glue and Esmeralda might be the choices here for Zephyr when it comes to the ban.
Yep. So right now for Aurora, they already banned out the Guinevere. What other jungler are they looking out for? It looks like they want to take away the Esmeralda, so there's a good chance.
They want to Lapu, I feel like. Yeah. And Harith, obviously. I think this is a fourth pick Harith for Aurora. And now if you're Zephyr, you're going to be thinking about, do I ban Harith or do I focus on the Edward hero? I believe that banning out Dominkite might be better because you can really never have enough bans against Edward.
Do you feel like Aurora will go Claude?
Oh, man.
I think Aurora will go Harith.
All right.
I think most comfortable, they go Harith. Worst comes to worst, they go Granger, right?
Yes. It's not even... I wouldn't say, there you go. Yeah. That's the Harith ban. Well done, Zephyr. But then you're left with Granger still for Aurora. Oh.
Yeah, but I kind of feel like Granger used to have the Claude, so it's like still good, you know?
Yeah, it's still good no matter what, but at the end of the day, you know that the Cho on the other side, you have to take the Purify, which does hurt the odds in the lane when you end up fighting and go for the all-in, considering how often we see both teams kind of rotate to the opposite sides of the map.
Yeah. Looking like a... Oh, they still went Claude. Well done. Well, they steal it away, though. That's interesting.
Yeah, because I kind of feel like the whole theme of M7 as well is just to make sure that you win lane.
Yeah.
And again, Claude has a favorable lane against most matchup.
Exactly.
Now that the Freya is not there, even against a Granger, it's still going to be fine.
I really like it. Now, I think you're left with that...
Did they go Yisun Shin?
Yisun Shin against Farsa, Grok, and Leomord. That might be
very hard,
Ego. I think they will just go Suyo, honestly. Suyo, Granger. Just run it back.
Run it back, but it's going to cost them a little bit. It's a good call by Iron Wolf, but at the same time, the damage profile doesn't really... It's a lot more manageable for the side of Aurora. Antiques come through, and some dumb ices. It's going to be a tough game.
Now, Glue Glue is just perfect, I would say, for Aurora. Patrick, with this kind of composition, that's gonna really tear up Alter Ego apart. But then the safest option is the Lapu-Lapu. We can always just go back to that.
I think there is an opportunity to go above and beyond and play Arlet because there's a lot of enablers for the side of Aurora, and you need somebody who actually can force out not only Purifies, but shove Jushin back into the fight.
This is a bit off, but I kind of feel like I kind of hope there's no more skins for the Glue, so that can be the pen ultimate skin that he has.
Aurora.
And now Aurora, they finish it up with the Sora. Again, a lot of crowd control, and when you do need it, you can go for more damage. What do you think about the side lane matchups here, Wolf?
Pretty even, but... Nah, I think it's Aurora-sided. Yeah, I would go for Aurora, actually. After a few seconds of thinking, this is Aurora.
I think it really depends on who's going to get that first blood. If Nino wins out his lane, I think this is going to be a very interesting mid-game.
I mean, like, again, this is all about momentum. Whoever has, I would say, the good 5 minutes of the game can really start to control the tempo. So now, ladies and gentlemen, the drafts has been done. We're jumping into Broken Walls for game number 2 of this grand finals. Now we're going to give it back to Leo, Trex, and Mirko.
Select adjustments coming in from these two teams going into game number 2. Will Alter Ego's changes spell a different result, or will Aurora continue to push forth?
I like it at this point. I mean, here's my big problem coming from Aurora. Coming from Aurora for the Sora right now, I think was the winning piece of this draft in my mind. I think it's something that it's gotten overlooked in the last game, and right now coming in, it's going to be something that can jump into the back line, can do damage to Arfi, can get onto Hijume, and can also be a nice, bulky frontliner for Aurora Gaming PH.
Is the best way to win a draft from the red side, using red 5 this well.
Yeah, it's really, really good by Aurora Gaming Philippines there, but I think for Alter Ego, they've built a very, very good core foundation for those neutral objective takes. The Yuzong with the Suyo, it seems to be the answer against the Leomord right now. SRG played it, got a really good game against Alter Ego.
It's one of the few key wins on the hero that has almost been forgotten since last year's World Championships. Also, the reason why this is such a comfortable Suyo game for Yasuke is there's only really one painful source of magic damage, and that's Yue. And this lineup, I'd say, is built to hunt down Yue. Nino on the Yuzhong, even Alec can, get Poki and kick him right out of the skies.
Yeah, but getting the Grok and then getting the Leomord is something that's going to be able to stop that. It's something that's going to be a big problem for Alter Ego. And last game, Yasuke also had a nice hunting hero, but he wasn't able to find the angles. So this time, a lot of it's going to come down to, can he finally get past Aurora Gaming to those heroes?
Turtle spawning in the lower quarter of the map. You'll see that the Claude will try to push fast, clear it, get double waves, and then join the fight.
After a long time of not seeing Suyo, well, hold on, Deepakai gets completely zoned. This is a Turtle 1 take for free for Alter Ego, unless Edward gets kind of petrified. Now it's going to be Alec on the way to Dragon, but it's going to be Edward who's still able to go for the CC immune just a bit. Now take it very low, flickers out of safety as Hijume can't get quite close enough.
Frederick, you were saying?
I was saying, the Suyo, it's so rarely picked up that a lot of teams going up against it would just not be prepared for it. But it seems like for Aurora Gaming Philippines, they know how fast a Suyo can go, and that's why Yue, Edward, Domeng, they're playing it so safe.
But can they stop it from its speed? We're already seeing a first turtle go into Alter Ego. This might not be a composition that Aurora Gaming wants to take the super slow route to. At some point, they do need to try to fight it out.
And I think that's dictated by their jungler. You kind of want to snowball, not as fast as you would like a true assassin, but with a Leomord, you kind of want to get the most out of that power spike you get when you have your War Axe and then your Brute Force. From there, you kind of feel unstoppable. I know I did this morning, trying to jump on Edward. I think Nino knew that Yue was hiding in there.
Something was fishy about that.
Again, you don't see it, that means you see it.
Taking a look at the items right now, Arfi looking for Hunter Strike or an impossible early Sky Piercer. He's going to go straight to Sky Piercer,
He's going to skip it.
Did that yesterday as well. He likes to go for that Sky Piercer up front, but wing!
Great reaction from Hijume, but it's a bit late now. Has to burn the Flicker. So it's light with the Flicker and also Hijume.
Both teams really just testing the waters right now. No big full commit engages, but seeing what the other team is going to do.
His limit testing, and now Arfi, Hijo de Oro, finds that early Sky Piercer. Now it's up to Alter Ego to ride that wave.
No red tree, and Yuzuki didn't even get it there, the green camp. So this is info for Demon Kai to utilize.
So last time that we saw Arfi go for this early Sky Piercer, there was a quick gank up to the gold lane. I mean, either after this turtle or maybe even give up the turtle and go for it, but it's all about trying to get Arfi these stacks as soon as possible.
Time's a ticking. We'll see if that kind of rotation will be the play for Alter Ego. But what is clear is they want this second turtle. Massive presence from El Familia here. Aurora Gaming want to contest.
Edward jumping in. Hijume no Flicker. Going to be brought back into the better airstrike now. Hijume taking very long. Plays a duet from Domeng.
And back at the Lord, Edward does find the kill, but Demon Kai finds Nino!
It's an all-out win for Aurora Gaming Philippines. Yue trying to go for stun onto Arfi now. 3-0, and even a turtle taken by Aurora.
Say what you will about Aurora's draft, it being very ult-dependent and timing-reliant. They found the perfect timing. They used every single ult that mattered to take down 3 members of AE and the second turtle too. That's one of the major problems I have with the Suyo. When the hero was big, this was still one of the major problems. Is there's too many dudes in there. And look at this major cut.
Oh, Dragon, good sidestep by Demon, kind of ganking the bottom lane. Nino gonna be dove on now as they turret jungle, and Edward takes to the skies to pick up a killing spree.
Aurora Gaming giving Alter Ego the Alter Ego treatment right now.
Right, caught on the way to Dragon now. They're gonna give over a stack to Arfi. So they get something on the map, but Aurora get more value.
It's a good trade for the Northern Lights. An XP laner and a turret for a lone roamer. It's very rare that El Padre Nino gets told what to do. That's just not how it works. Even when they're losing, he's usually the one who wins the lane, who tries to gain back parts of the map. But here, that's a non-starter. Aurora Gaming are dictating the pace, and how unfortunate is it that it's in that same side of the map that the final turtle will spawn.
Another big problem, Yasuke already taking this death, right? And even when Suyo was meta, it wasn't a hero that you wanted to die this early on. It wasn't a hero that you wanted to lose turtles on. And now that that's happened in the current meta, I'm wondering how far back is Yasuke as of now?
We'll see in the items. We'll check in just a bit. The final turtle will be spawning about 50 seconds. Big fight starts!
All in, you blink and you miss it. Arfi disintegrated. Now they're just trying to go over to the fence. Petrify onto Words. Domeng, Nino going at it over. Gets the knockup as well. Nino in the back now doing more damage as Demon Cat goes in with a steed and runs through Nino.
2 members down on the side of Alter Ego Esports. A huge gank from Aurora Gaming, sending Arfi back to the base.
El Familia is getting crumbs, alms. Yasuke is starving. All that upstairs for a turtle. The map doesn't check out. Edward spots Hijume here, goes into Thunder form.
Goes in on the Hijume, forcing a flicker. Edward with a flicker himself. Now Arfi trying to go for the damage, but it's Yue with the shot. Arfi getting barriered away now. Low gets smacked by Light.
There is no escape right now from Aurora Gaming Philippines. Alex does jump. Whoa!
What a peel there. Tectonic charge and the blazing duet from Domeng. Nino taking very low, stay able to sustain for some bit. Domeng goes back in. Nino still there. It's gonna be Alan with G Kundo and Yasuke now going out of a Demon Cat as his horse.
Alec just trying to get away, but Demon Kite doesn't want to let it happen. Yasuke look for the re-engage.
Weller canceled. Now the blade surge backward. Feather airstrike coming down, and they zone Alter Ego from the purple buff.
Let me commend a play that happened off screen that made the tail end of that sequence immaculate for Aurora Gaming PH. Demon Kite used the Phantom Steed just to get there.
Yep.
So again, the map awareness and communications on Aurora Gaming side is on another level. Yesterday, last night, back-to-back, two teams that are so good at fighting, so good at macro. SRG and Liquid, they did not play this way.
Nope, they did not. And the mechanical awareness on top of that, Leo. Light canceled out the dive from Nino, which would have been a sure kill.
You know, at this point, we just saw the gold spread. Overall, the 2,000 gold lead is pretty divided between 5 members of Aurora Gaming. Alter Ego still not completely out of this, but if it continues on this track, it's going to be tough for them.
Whoa! Go Hijime back, feather airstrike, so much thrown at Hijime, and he can't handle it. Neither can Nino. He has to use the Black Dragon form defensively.
This was the MO for SRG last night. That one game they won, and that game 4, where it seemed like they were going to equalize, they attacked the heart of Alter Ego's lineup. They attacked Hijime, denied him the game, denied him from playing. But here, it's all the more evident. The Zushin's short to mid-range utility isn't accessible at this time. Lord for free going over to Aurora.
You know, looking at the back at the draft. That's okay.
No blade surge.
Jumps in and kills him! Edward on a tanky Sora, still packing such a huge punch. I think he could 1v1 just about anybody on Alter Ego Esports right now.
Mirko, Trex, I've never seen Edward this driven. He plays the same game as he did with the Lapu Lapu, 6-1 and 4.
Oh, wait.
He found the angle.
This is nasty.
Mirko, you know how
The tech charge, now Edward with the pullback on RV, and he gets the killing spree, but Edward gets shut down. You were able to stun over on Hijime.
2 members for the price of Edward, plus huge amounts of space right before the Lord meets the base.
No matter what team Light plays for, RSG, TNC, Warcaster Force, Bigitron,
XBT.
And now Aurora, he's the same high IQ player, finds that massive tech charge. Holy Shield up top pop. Alter Ego looking to protect the real estate. Bottom lane is gonna pop as well. 5K up Aurora Gaming.
You know what I was saying was, I feel like that first phase of drafting, the Jushin was not worth giving over the Grok and the Leomord. I think you take the Grok, you take the Leomord, you give over the Jushin and the other one, and you still get the Barza. Anything, I think Alter Ego, not just in the gameplay, but also the draft, they are getting outmaneuvered right now, and there needs to be an answer soon.
Man, feather airstrike over on RP, doesn't have flicker. And now it's gonna be the barrier coming down again. It's Edward. Go into the skies, trying to go for a slam. Yazuke in the bottom lane. Just really trying to go for a trade, but the waves aren't crashing in just yet.
Yazuke looking for some bottom lane play. Anything, and this is what Yazuke always does well. Even when they're losing, he looks for playing the map. He steals away buffs, he finds towers. He's able to play the map a bit, and it's gonna staunch the bleeding slightly, right? It's a small band-aid on a big flesh wound.
And that flesh wound is ringing to the tune of 5,000 gold up. Half a minute till the Lord spawns, upper quarter. Alter Ego Esports can only pray and hope to get lucky to contest, because the map doesn't belong to them at all. Demon Kite can willy-nilly rough shot, just hit the Phantom Steed, and what, 10 seconds later, be the same kind of threat. Alter Ego Esports, I'll say now, one of their possible win conditions, their outs here, is to get a pick off on Yue. That's a start.
Yeah, Alex got to make a big play, some sort of big kick, but the thing is, his Light is outmaneuvering him time and time again. Nino can't even go in with a big Black Dragon and look for these big petrifies, because Domain just shreds him down.
Alec
found a bad spot.
Way too aggressive. Edward didn't want to go for the flicker just yet, but the airstrike coming down over on Alec as Yasuke gets pulled back, but is able to blade surge out of there. And now it's Aurora knocking on Alter Ego's base.
Lord's gonna spawn in about 20 seconds. Hijume still unable to find his footing. He's miserable in a situation like this. He can't clear waves as effectively as Yue, and he's on the back foot. How does this national champion throw back to his days in Bali, 2022, the prime of his career? How do they close this 7,000 gold gap? Not inside the base, I'll tell you now. It's got to come from somewhere else.
Already a winner crown for Doming Kite at this point, which means he can be even more aggressive on this big advance. Demon Kite now starting off for the rose gold, making him be able to be even more aggressive. They are preparing for this attack like they're gonna try to end it here.
That is the Lord up top, gonna crash into that turret, say goodbye. Bottom lane, and mid seems to be the point of contention. The defense, feathered airstrike by Yue. Not much of a response!
They force the Crimson Beacon out from Hijume. Light just fainted. He went, huh! And Hijume reacted. He flinched. 2 base turrets on the sides. That is the worst combo you could find. And again, it's what LaFell said. Roxa, that combo, brother, is too much.
I'm partial to Farok. And there's the Farsa starting it up. Phantom Steed from Demon Kite. Turn in mid, about to go down.
Edward, oh my god, Light jumps in again! Tech charge! Now Hijume taking low, they're still able to go for it. Nino with the Furious down on the pressure fight, but he won't be able to lock them down for long. A Cannon in the mid lane as Edward dives in with a bit of crown. Yasuke clears out the Cannon, but they have another wave.
RP with a couple of free shots and down. Not yet, Edward able to just get away again.
He's ticking down. Hijume able to get a shutdown. Demon Kite on the horse again. Jumps on Yasuke. Bang! Hijume gets away with the Crimson Beacon. Doming's on the base. They can't just end it right here as Nino jumps in, but Yue!
RP keeps on kiting back and forth. He's able to push him away with a couple more shots.
El Familia stands, still breathing. A 10th left on the base, refusing to go down.
Edward got some kind of plot armor, brother. After losing M4, now in the same arena, something's clicking.
At this point, I mean, I couldn't even see his health bar at that point.
Yeah.
And the shot residue was on him. There was no reason for him to be able to walk out of that alive right now. He's got the Jakarta energy right now. It's in favor.
You saw his soul almost leave his body, but his body pulled it right back. He's like, no, I ain't dying here. Not today.
He was burning. There was a little bit of a sting there from Hijume, but he refused to go down. The map is going to correct itself given the moment of melancholy for Alter Ego. They get to get out of their base for the first time in a while. They get to push out, but with all of their base turrets taken out, where do they find a play? I'll tell you now, it's got to come from Nino somewhere, somehow. He's the only real easy way in.
They got to go back to back. It can't just be Nino, because Nino, he can bait out the Purify, but then what, right? You need someone else to follow up on the Purify that's used.
I hate this. This is rough. Right now,
Pops in the Crimson Beacon, it's now or never now. Light jumps in the backline, won't be able to find anything now as Ali goes for the Raiders Dragon. He says Suki is able to go for the lasers, but now Edward!
RP taken out along with Yasuke. Wait, yes!
He gets stomped to the ground, curb stomp, that's Yue. In a 1v1 against Nino as Doming goes for the BMI! Doming! Guns Hijume down! Now with the base next to the chopping block! And Aurora go 2-0 in the grand finals!
Blinded by the Northern Lights' surgical precision and the seemingly plot armor that keeps their players alive. Alter Ego's signature aggression quelled once more.
Momentum has been built on the side of Aurora PH. And like I said, it feels like from draft to game, they are in control. Professor X has got to go back to the drawing board. He's got to think about something because the trades just aren't feeling right.
Kay Sam Ives Wolf no Pueto mentioned this. Alter Ego will stick to their guns until it works. And I agree, this is their identity. This is not the time to dig deep and find something that works because that's what got you to the grand final stage.
But it's all banned, that identity, it's all denied. That's the problem now. Aurora, they took those days where they were off, but it was completely different to the Edward of M4, the Blacklist of M4, who maybe went through the upper bracket finals. Again, as Oheb said, they just weren't ready for the other picks. Aurora had that experience, they used it. They had to keep
on sharpening their swords.
A little food for thought. Maybe our panel can delve in deeper. Did Aurora pick up a little bit of liquid stampede in their gameplay going into the grand finals?
Something that I can say, man, Mr. Consistent and the light system, man. Like, both of them did this front line. You can't go through them. You can't go through Light. You can't go through Edward. You want to go to the back line, but this two won't let that happen.
Let me tell you something. I'm so impressed with Aurora PH. Their defense is insane. Their man-to-man defense, the reactions to a lot of the moments, Light, and as well, as you've mentioned before, Mr. Consistent absolutely won't let anything get past them. These engages have been ridiculous. The tectonic charges as well. But I think the biggest flaw that we saw throughout this game was the way that they were trying to bait out resources, specifically from Hijime.
Yeah, I think it's also evident that the first turtle is the priority for both of our teams. We mentioned before the actual series started that this might be a game where it might go long, but it will only have like short games in it. Like it could be a 4-2 game, a 4-2 series, but the games will be short. It's so snowbally, and it's because of the draft. You can see that Aurora have been drafting to focus on their laning stage into the first turtle fight. And so far, with the first 2 games that we've seen, that has been the priority, and they were successful in accomplishing that.
Yeah, take a bit what Mirko said is that Alter Ego, they want to play their identity, but it keeps getting banned out, right? So this is where really Alter Ego needs to start going in deep. And it's also good that Aurora, being on second pick, being on red side, they were able to get winning matchups, right? Get their mid trio first, and then see what's available, pick up the Claude, and it eventually does pick up that Sora. And again, M7, the laning phase, man, is absolutely important. But for now, we're going to be looking at the MVP of the game, and looks like it's Mr. Consistent. It's Edward on that Sora, man.
No doubt about it. I think everybody can see if it was not going to be Mr. Consistent, it was going to be Light. These people are playing out of their minds here in the grand finals. Huge engagements. But the best part about him is the fact that he's purely abusing the passive coming in from Sora. Hey, just because I've got a lot of max HP, don't mean I can't throw hands.
Casters asked the question, did they actually adapt the Liquid Stampede into their draft? I think that this is the epitome of that Stampede. I think we saw Edward just play this Sora with the high octane kind of gameplay where he's not stopping making the play. I think that really fits that kind, like this hero fits that kind of play style because of low cooldown ultimates, low cooldown skills. You can swap between your forms, and if you have the proper targets, you can actually eliminate them. You're gonna see that through the highlights. His target acquisition coming up from Edward is stellar.
It's so very good. And with the addition of Light to cover the other angles that he can't, his engagements have been absolutely nasty. And this is one of the few times, right? So many people have been saying on the internet, hey, when is Edward? He may be Mr. Consistent, but if you give him just a little bit of love, a little bit of resources, he can carry this game, and you see it right here.
That tech charge. And by the way, in that last highlight of this game, you're gonna see the Sora of Edward catch and snag 2 of the most important heroes for Alter Ego. He's gonna get the jungler and the Goldier. Look at that. Tie them together with that Cloud. Is that not an MVP-esque performance? Might be one of the best plays that we've seen all throughout the finals.
I gotta say, Gideon, like, as cool as junglers and goal laners are, man, these kind of games are the reason why I play Rome. These are the kind of games I play EXP because, dude, it's just so cool.
It's so much fun.
It feels good that the meta is also highlighting every different aspect of these roles. For us, at the very least, in our own individual roles, this is cool to watch. Rora, with their 20-5 kill score, something needs to change. And I think that EE need to recognize that they can't just simply fight for the sake of fighting against Rora. The response times are just too good.
Yeah. You can see that Aurora has good mastery of this kind of playstyle where they are good at utility junglers, and then they're also good at hybrid junglers. Like, well, technically, let's just say they're fighter junglers.
Yeah, fighters, yeah.
Yisun-Chin, that's Leo Mord, as well as the Suyo. If it's Suyo eventually, I don't know if Rora will eventually play that hero, but that is like the hybrid. It's not an assassin, it's not a utility.
Yeah.
They're like,
it's not necessarily going to the back lines. It's really about accelerating your team.
Exactly.
And then when it really needs you, you go for those neutral objectives.
Yeah, that's you can maybe say that Alpha is considered to be part of that, but it's not there. Before M7, only Yisun-Chin can play that kind of role, the third type of jungler. But because of M7, because of the new fighter emblem, because of the new archetypes we have, the Chastised Pauldron. Maybe this is where we can see that heroes like that can be available. That's why we can expect this Leomord to be a hero that the two teams will actually, they will try to get it, take it from each other.
Honestly, that's why I'm a little bit sad that it's only really Leomord that's viable as a fighter in the jungle. Like, yes, we got hybrids like the Yeast and Shin, but not gonna lie, I kind of miss the days of Martis in the jungle.
Oh yeah,
right. I might even take a Balman because that thunk into taking those objectives is pretty cool. I really hope, like, for the future tournaments, we see a little bit more variation when it comes to the fighters. I kind of feel like when it comes to the assassins as well as the tanks, we kind of have a staple already.
Where can we put Guinevere in that kind of category?
I'm okay to put Guinevere if it's like a damage kind of thing. Like, she can set, but I want to see a different type of Guinevere where she kind of go in and she can, like, in a way, like, assassinate, if you get what I mean.
I totally get what you mean, but it's tough because, again, Guinevere, what's really making her good is the fact that her kit allows her to kind of get in and out of the pit specifically. But if you miss your abilities, you miss your magic thumb, you're kind of dead in the water, right? That's the big issue with her. And none of her builds really accelerated other than tank.
Aulus is getting a revamp.
Oh, it really needs a revamp, dear.
No, here's the thing. I saw the revamp. Is it
cool?
It's very cool because you can tell what kind of skin he's gonna get.
Okay.
Like, if you see it, you think of swordsman, you think of demons.
Swordsman and demons.
You think of slayers or hunters as well. So just trust. If I show you the new ult,
a ninja from Naruto.
No. If you see the ult, you're like, okay, you know what? I already know what skin this guy
from SpongeBob.
No.
Oh no.
Nice try.
I'm trying to think of the Japanese name. Kimenetsu no Yaiba.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
One. That is the one.
Just trust. New Aulus, low-key looks pretty cool.
I'll wait for it to come out because, again, Aulus is just one of those heroes that you're like, oh my goodness, I've committed myself to 20 minutes of the game.
No. This one is going to be early game because, the ult, like that straight thing, now it just keeps on slashing forward.
It's a Benedetta ult?
So
No. It's kind of like...
Suyu?
Yeah, kind of like a Suyo, but it just keeps on going.
Ooh, boy!
So you can tell, like, okay, I kind of know what kind of skin this guy is gonna get.
That's pretty sick.
It's kind of like a sword now.
Well, we'll see when the time does actually come.
Because this is like younger Aulus. Yeah, so that's the revamp. So from old Aulus now to his younger days.
The kids can't relate to old Aulus. We got to make him young now. It's the only answer.
Gen Z's running the business,
6,
so
7.
gotta have to.
No. I'm not going to accept that. That is Gen Alpha.
That's Gen Alpha.
Yeah,
we talked about this in the podcast, bro.
Yeah, we do. But even most of our talents are 19. Like, the year starts off 19, right?
I'm not going to dox them just yet because we still have a little bit to discuss here, specifically when it comes down to AE trying to figure out a way to break through this impenetrable wall. I think a couple of adjustments that it could be good, it could be bad, really just is dependent on how antsy you are. Because the early game, I don't think that AE had a god-awful early game. I just think that a lot of their abilities were coming out kind of for free, right? The smoke and mirrors is really making them tear up.
I have a very immediate or maybe a band-aid patch to this problem that AE is facing. If they eventually get back to the blue side, remember they banned the Khalid as their third ban? Maybe if they just ban the Grok, things will be different. However, the only problem with that is that the Jushin will definitely be banned by the side of Aurora if the Grok is banned. But I think that you'd rather face the Khalid than the Grok, especially when you're facing someone like Light who really mastered this hero down to the T.
And again, it's just one of those heroes because Grok is, even if he's not having a good game, you can have that one big set and then you're like, what have I been doing for the past 50 minutes, right? So one of the things that I do want to see is some kind of playmaker for Arfi because so far Arfi has been doing quite well here in the M7 where, first of all, he controls his own lane, right? He doesn't need any kind of gank. He can deal with it himself. And then during a fight, you're not thinking about it, but then all of a sudden he's there and he's wrecking shop. So I kind of feel like we got to need something like Freya-esque where he doesn't need help. And in fact, he will help someone.
Well, I was thinking about this a lot. I was thinking about what would be the other replacement to the Freya in this lane. I would make an argument for Benedetta, but I don't think her base numbers coming into the mid game, especially once you're past level 8, is going to be enough to kind of keep it up. Because right at the end of the day, your emblems, having to take Festival of Blood, takes away from how much damage you can actually pump out compared to Master Assassin.
There was a hero that actually they could have picked up that are Fury Lex that's also Freya-esque, the CC.
Yeah.
So far, 4-0 for Alter Ego Esports. I look at their stats that they have not lost with that hero. Definitely can be played in the gold lane. Usually we see it in Nino, but I think that it also fits the bill of like having a fighter that kind of scales, but also helps your teammates in a much more amplified manner.
Plus, how hard is it to play CC, right?
Yeah.
How hard is it?
No, not gonna lie. Even people on TikTok are like fuming. It's like, oh my god, I trained for months to master Yuzong. And I go up against the CC, there's like skill 1.
Imagine playing
skill
a Uranus.
Imagine playing a Uranus. You know what? EXP is so exciting, riveting, that some of those heroes just kind of like ruin it a bit. But right now we're going to throw it over to the host where I believe they're going to update us a bit about Magic Chess Go Go. So right now we're throwing it over to the stage to see what's up with that.
Thank you very much to our casters. Before we continue the quest of finding our new M7 champion, we have here with us the Magic Chess Go Go champions. A round of applause, our newly crowned champion.
Hello guys, congratulations. May you please introduce yourself to the world.
Привет, как дела? Пожалуйста, представься. Всем привет. Меня зовут Флокси. Все хорошо. Настрой победный. Спасибо всем, кто поддерживал. Hey guys, my nickname is Floxy. I'm doing pretty well. Feeling myself as a champ now. Thanks for everyone for your support.
Yes, now Floxy, congratulations on winning the GO1 World Championship. Tell us about it. How are you? How did you prepare for it?
Расскажи, пожалуйста, как ты готовился и какие трудности встретились на твоем пути? Я готовился к турниру, участвуя на различных турнирах в своем регионе, играл в ранкед, пытался разбирать ошибки. А из трудностей у меня возникли трудности с перелетом, поэтому я не мог основательно подготовиться к турниру.
So basically, I was preparing by playing tournaments in my region in the ECA. I participated in many of them, just to train myself, to analyze my gameplay, and basically to prepare for MCGG Go 1. And from the challenges, I would like to mention that the fight here took me a lot of time.
Oh wow, and I'm pretty sure being a champion is not easy. You have to go through so much. Perhaps what is the biggest obstacle that you had to overcome to become a champion today?
Расскажи, пожалуйста, про самое большое препятствие на твоем пути сюда, как чемпиона.
Самым большим препятствием, наверное, думаю, было основательно подготовиться и поймать, так сказать, волну игры.
The hardest obstacle was to prepare as good as possible and basically to prepare for the games because it was a little bit exciting.
Yes, it was definitely exciting. And you know what? Coming from a grand finals yourself, coming from a championship yourself, currently we are having the grand finals of the M7 World Championship where Alter Ego Esports is currently going up against Aurora Gaming Philippines. Floxy, who do you think will win tonight?
Как ты думаешь, кто победит, Alter Ego или Aurora Page?
Мне кажется, победит Alter Ego. На самом деле, я их небольшой фанат, как и Team Spirit. Вот, поэтому я надеюсь, что победит Alter Ego.
So basically, I'm a big fan of Alter Ego, so I'm cheering up for them because Team Spirit is not here anymore, so Alter Ego is my choice.
Currently, Alter Ego is down 0-2. Do you have any message to Alter Ego, like any boost or any buff since you're just a newly crowned champion?
Хочешь ли ты передать Alter Ego какие-то слова поддержки?
Конечно, игра не заканчивается на 2 проигранных картах. Всегда есть шанс камбэкнуть, поэтому я верю в вас, Alter Ego.
So basically, this game is the best of 7 series. So guys, Keep it up. You're gonna win it. Alter Ego, let's go.
What a very positive message. And finally, Floxy, is there anyone who would you like to thank or dedicate the victory to?
Фокси, хочешь ли ты кому-то передать привет, либо поблагодарить за поддержку, либо посвятить кому-то эту победу?
Я хочу передать привет всем, кто меня поддерживал. Привет ESEA региону, всем стримерам, ютуберам, родителям. Всем спасибо.
Yeah, so big shout out to everyone for supporting me, to my region, ESEA, to my parents, to all of the streamers and YouTubers who were restreaming the MCGG Go 1 finals. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you very much, and once again, congratulations, Floxy. That it is from me and Glenn. But right now, we are going to be throwing it over to the stage with THÜA and Brigida. Let's see what you guys have in store for us. Thank you so much, Rose. Thank you so much, Glenn. It's THÜA here with
Nona.
Oh yeah, we have Nona up on stage. Yeah. Hi guys, welcome.
Hello.
Hi. We're so excited.
Nice. Yeah, it's so nice to have them here on stage. I'm so glad that we are finally standing beside Nona right here.
So with that being said, do you mind introducing yourselves once more for the MLBB community that's watching right now?
Hi everyone, we are Nona. That's so cute. Could we ask them individually though, especially for our global audience out there? Starting with you.
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Nona Christy.
Hi Nona Christy.
Hi everyone, I'm Nona Esther.
Hi Nona Esther.
Hi everyone, I'm Nona Baila.
Hello Nona Baila.
Hi everyone, I'm Nona Shaz.
Hello Nona Shaz.
Okay, so that's all four of them right now, but I might just want to talk to someone specific among you guys. So I'm looking at you, Christy. You're right beside me here. I have a couple questions for you because I heard that you've been playing Mobile Legends for a long time. Could you tell us how long you've been playing Mobile Legends?
Okay, I've been playing about 10 years.
10 years?
But it just for fun. Yeah. But yeah, maybe next season we might not gonna perform on stage.
Okay.
They might want to
play. Yeah. They want to compete on stage.
They might be the ones
No, we're as Nona. No.
As Nona. Okay, you might need one more, but we're excited to see that. So you've been playing for 10 years, and what role do you usually play?
Role? I love playing mage.
Okay.
And my favorite character is Esmeralda.
Esmeralda.
Like Esmeralda.
Okay. So, for all the Esmeralda mains out there, you're not alone because it looks like Christy also plays that hero. Now, Nona, you're here up on stage here at M7, and we're in the grand finals right now. So we have two competitive teams that are fighting for that M World Championship title. We have a team from the Philippines, which is Aurora Gaming from PH, and we also have a team from Indonesia, Alter Ego. Now, do you mind sharing us one by one who you guys are supporting today? Okay, sure. Together?
Yeah, so this is a competition indeed. We know that everyone works so hard. So we support both. Anyone who win this competition deserves it. But we watched the tournament last night and we saw Alter Ego winning. So as fellow Indonesian, we were so proud.
Oh, Alter Ego has their vote. So do you have a message maybe that you want to share to Alter Ego? You want to share a message, Esther?
For Alter Ego, good luck on this competition. We're so excited and we can't wait to watch the rest of the game.
Okay.
Semangat.
They might have just needed that bit of a boost, especially for Alter Ego right here. Now, going back to you guys as a group, I'm just curious to know if you could share a bit of your, future exciting plans or future products that you have as Nona.
Well, we just dropped a single recently called Work.
Yes.
And yeah, Jakarta to LA, we brought a little piece of home when we were making the song in the States. And we're very excited to be performing in front of our Indonesian audience here in our home country. So, yes. Thank you for supporting us, really.
We love you.
We love you all.
Exciting. So are you going to be performing that song tonight as well?
Let's see.
Let's see. All right, and finally, Nona, we're wondering because you have so many fans in the building and there's even a watch party outside anticipating perhaps a performance from you guys later on. So do you guys have a message that you want to share to all your fans out there?
We love you so much, Orchids. Thank you so much. We love you.
I feel like I was converted into an orchid just
I feel like an orchid too now.
Yep.
All right. Jadi untuk semuanya, untuk teman-teman, jangan kemana-mana setelah game yang ketiga karena hari ini di Tenis Indoor Senayan akan ada special performance yang akan dibawakan oleh Nona. Jadi for every viewer out there, whether you're watching in the venue or back at home, don't go anywhere after game number 3 because there is going to be a special, amazing performance exclusive for you guys by Nona later on.
That's right. And now we have it. Thank you so much for joining us here on stage. Nona, it's been a pleasure to be able
and an honor
exchange some questions with you. And I think you could see our players right behind us already at THÜA. So thank you so much once again. And I believe it's time we now resume the grand finals here at the M7 World Championship.
Thank you very much to Eterna, Brigida, as well as Nona. And hey, we'll see whether that's going to be enough for Alter Ego to get their mojo back.
I think they sprinkled a little bit of wisdom in there. Right now, as we see the performance of AE really just depend on their mid trio so much. Maybe Hijime should be looking for another or maybe an off-pick mage like Esmeralda.
Ooh, but eventually there will be a trade between Eve and Jushin again. I feel like if Alter Ego eventually gets to the first pick, they will reconsider the Grok. Or maybe just totally let go of the Jushin if the Grok is available. Maybe just first pick it. I don't really remember if Alec actually likes to play the Grok.
Oh, he likes it. He likes it. He's got a few MVP performances on that Grok. And now the fans' prediction, and actually quite close here, Aurora Philippines 57% and Alter Ego at 43%. Again, showing how their entire journey here has been quite close. But again, in terms of preparation, it does seem like Alter Ego might have shown too much of their hand because it does seem like Aurora Philippines understand how to draft against them.
I don't know if it's a limiting factor for the side of Alter Ego or whether it's just a draft pattern that's been read really, really well by Dexstar alongside with Coach Master of the Basics, because so far it feels like they've gotten away with murder for 2 games in a row. Coming in to this next one, I'm really hoping that they've got something else in store.
Look at that, man. That's so beautiful. If only we have at least one. Am I right?
Yep. At least one.
And you know, one would be nice. I'm not asking for 5. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to jump into the draft here. We'll see what map it is. It looks like it's going to be a broken walls again.
Till my last breath.
Thank you very much, whoever said that. And yes, Alter Ego first pick here, batting out the Harif as well as batting out the Valentina.
Totally different approach.
Hey, this is Coach Zephyr, man. Professor X.
Yep. They will first pick the Sora, I feel like. If not the Leomord, but I feel like, yeah, maybe the Sora. Because if you look back at the previous game, they prioritized the Yuzhong. Yuzhong and Cho was their blue 2 and 3 picks. And the reason why they didn't pick up the Sora was probably because they are afraid of that sudden Valentina pickup. That's also the reason why they didn't do it in the lower stage. So maybe this Valentina signals the Sora pickup. However, Aurora, they're going to be very happy about the trade because now, if the Sora gets picked up by AE, that is Grok and Jushin that they will get. So, I think all things considered, Grok is the best first pick.
Yes, Grok is the best first pick. We're expecting Jushin to get picked up for the side of Aurora +1. I think if this might just be another Fredrin game coming in if they want to be very honest here, or they could just wait a little bit later.
Yeah, Fredrin, maybe Fredrin and Jushin, the first 2 picks.
I mean, Leomord is still open, so I don't know. In terms of junglers, there's still quite a few.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see them delaying it a little bit. But yeah, I feel like Jushin you gotta take because Rockshin is pretty strong.
So it's the Granger and the Jushin instead. They're not showing their hand yet when it comes to their Demon Kite jungle choices. If you're Alter Ego, you will rethink your Leomord. It is still pretty good though. Leomord, obviously.
I think you gotta trust.
Just gotta trust the process. You have the Grok anyways. You're fine in the mid lane. Maybe just get a Farsa so that you have that Grok Farsa
I kind of want it simple, just like Eve Leo. Yeah. Oh, but the CC instead.
That's the CC that we're talking about earlier. Reef's game. But now, if you're Aurora, you will now rethink your Fredrin just because of both the Eve as well as the CC. So they might just change this up. There still is the Yusen Shin though. That's the scariest part of being in the second phase, where in your jungle choice, if you want to do it red 3, you can easily adjust it. I would favor Yusen Shin here for Aurora, as it is a good hero with the Granger, and at the same time, you're not that scared of the CC at all.
Unless you accidentally get, curtain call together, and then that's a bit of a mistake on their positioning parts. But generally speaking, yeah, there's a lot of deterrence coming from both sides. We're not seeing as many steals as we did in game number 1 and 2. We were expecting the setup for the eventual Sora coming in from AE, but now Aurora has decided, you know what? We have plenty of options in the jungle. Let's pick up the Cho right now, and we've almost locked down the mid lane.
Are we just going to see both teams just choking out that jungle pool? But if they do that, Aurora definitely has the advantage here.
For sure. Especially because they have the red 4 priority. I don't think that it's smart for Alter Ego to oblige when it comes to limiting your jungler options. They might be better off just taking out the XP lane choices, like maybe a Yuzhong, which is still available. Even the Sora at this point. They do have the CC though, which is okay against the Sora.
Yep.
Generally speaking, they have the superior XP lane choice. I guess here, maybe Arlet might be their last option as a ban.
Well, right now we got to talk about the relationships between the heroes here. Eve as well as Grok. The rock manipulation here, going up against the current heroes of Aurora. Do you feel like this is already a pretty good mid duo to deal with them?
I think it depends, right? Because at level 1, there is the possibility that somehow Light is able to get a full combination on top of Hijime, and that ends the laning phase almost straight away if the regeneration gets cancelled out later down the line by Yue as they fight in lane. But that's besides the point. I feel like as we are looking at the EXP, Sora is getting banned out. We're completely avoiding the junglers. Yeah, Esme is something they need to consider, but then things like something that's super safe is Lapu Lapu for the side of Aurora just to get on top of the Eve.
Arlet should be the ban as well from Alter Ego, but I think the safest for Alter Ego is the Lapu Lapu, because it can just achieve so much. They ban the Esmeralda, indeed, but that will mean that Aurora can also benefit from that ban. They can pick up the Lapu Lapu themselves in red 4, and that will open up a lot of stuff for Domikite. They can even go for the Joy if in that scenario, especially if Alter Ego will commit to another fighter, and of course a weak jungler, I mean not a fast farming jungler.
Yeah.
So I think the Lapu Lapu just fits the bill for Aurora.
The reason why I feel like the Esme is a pretty good ban here, because looking at all the bans that Alter Ego has done, it's kind of protecting Hijime here. So I kind of feel like they talk behind the scenes. They're like, okay, you know what? Hijume's got to carry just a little bit, but that might mean that Arfi is going to carry the late game. Yushin is still open if they want to go for double fighters. And let's see here, Leomord is open as well in case if they just want to go for comfort.
I feel like they sort of have to take it at this point, right? Because once you take that Leomord, at least then you have a little bit of threat around these neutral objectives, and you're, pulling eyes towards yourself to allow everybody else to kind of play around it.
I think the best option here for Alter Ego is to get the Alice, because there's not much killing potential from around the burst. They go for Alice as their XP lane, and then go for maybe a Leomord again. They pick up the Lapu Lapu.
For Denial?
For Denial. I think this is for Denial, but that also opens up Alice for Aurora, but Arlet. I think that they're just going to go Arlet. This is why I felt like the Arlet should have been the ban for Alter Ego instead of the Esmeralda.
I agree, but I think at the end of the day, right, the Esmeralda, I think that AE wanted to kind of be a little bit more flexible with the CC. So honestly, good on the backstab from Aurora to say, you know what, let's take Fredrin first, wait for the full reveal, and now we have the options of actually going into the Arlet if we wanted to.
Yeah.
I mean, like, going up against Aurora, I would say going up against any team here in the M7 is kind of like, just pick your poison. Because you know it's going to come, but at the same time, sometimes you just got to take it.
Maybe Alice is a better option, but the Arlet's top one, Alice may be the second choice. There is a world where they pick up THÄA because there's a lot of physical damage here from Alter Ego.
That works too.
Yep, but the Arlet indeed is still going to be the pick. Honestly, looking really good for Aurora. Very standard draft that they have, but I think Alter Ego's draft is much better, has a better chance this game compared to game number 1.
What about you? What do you think about this one, Gideon?
I think it's going to be a little bit harder. I think that for AE at the very least, they have a couple more options to play around. But so far, based on what we've seen in Aurora, as long as they don't mess up too hard in the early game, their recovery is so good coming into mid, and especially when we come down to late. So many of their composition styles is basically, hey, Blaze 5, Death Ball, peel, peel, peel.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego has to win this one, because if not, Aurora will get match point. And we all know how high that pressure is going up against an opponent as strong as Aurora when they have match point. So now we're going to throw it over to the casters, Leo, Trex, as well as Mirko. It's your time to shine.
Till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Gideon Q pointed out a very pertinent trait that this lineup from Aurora could show up here in game number 3, the Death Ball. We might be throwing back to another Filipino staple strat that won them 2022's MSC in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego is still yet to score a single point in this grand finals matchup.
It's a comfortable formation for Aurora, but I have to say as well for Alter Ego, they finally kind of go back to an identity that they are well with. Fighters on the off lanes, a Leo Mord. They get Alec on something that can make plays, and it's all going to work around this RWM if they can make the catches. If there's a game that I felt like, okay, they have a good chance of winning, I do like Alter Ego's draft here.
So is it safe to say if they don't win this one, we're seeing a 4-0?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't want to speak in absolutes, but the fact that Arfi is on a fighter, and all throughout the series, game 1 and game 2, if you've watched it, you'll know that they forced the same kind of violence onto Aurora Gaming, and the Northern Lights just keep saying no, then that might be it. Looking at the lane-to-lane matchup, Nino here, spots Light. Up top, it's the CC versus the Granger. I'd say this is as close to a fighter to marksman as it is to a marksman kind of matchup you could get.
Yeah, I do think Alter Ego in that gold lane, we may see some more a little bit of action in the mid, nothing crazy, but we might see quicker rotations at least coming from Arfi, which is going to be important, especially when it comes down to first, second turtle. We know how Arfi loves going against these marksmen with a fighter in his hands.
Yeah, he knows the matchup really, really well, so you can already see him winning it out, but for Doming, it's fine too. I think Arfi right now, it's interesting that he's actually sending the shove the waves. Like this wave before turtle makes sense, but the other waves earlier, right? Like he should be shoving now. He shouldn't be trading. And earlier he should be trading, freezing the waves.
And then he can just run down, forcing a flicker out of Hijuma here.
Uh-oh, no flicker. It's going to be all in on him. The taunt as well. Light able to get the first blood. Yasuke very low because of the Edward earlier. That's Yasuke trying to get in. Demon Kai walks up. It's a late, or it's an early retreat from Yasuke. And Demon Kai just snatches away the turtle from him.
Early retreat and an early death for Alter Ego Esports. Yasuke down. I'm having flashbacks from previous games.
Oh, Light! Able to get away to Dragon Energy Kundo now, all in on him. But Light took a bit too many shots. Still gonna go down as well though, so it's a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane.
The damage on that slam, again amplified by the health you have as a fighter in the EXP lane. You have a respectable amount. 1,000 up for Aurora Gaming now.
At least Nino finds something there, but it's not big. You find Roamer, he's going to be right back on the map. And look, you give gold plating, you give lane presence over to Aurora Gaming, over to Edward at that, who has been such a star in the series.
They're going to all in onto Demonkind, and he goes straight for the friction. That RWM was actually misplaced. Light goes in, a big pump from Demonkind! And now it's UA! Knocking two members up, Hijime, no flicker. 0-2-0, it's a double kill for Demonkind.
Alter Ego in shambles, and we're only 3.5 minutes in. Yasuke 0-2-0, Hijime 0-2-0. The stat board is going downhill for Alter Ego.
I don't even need to look for the ball. There's just a lot of death coming around for Alter Ego, and Aurora Gaming PH are serving it up. Half a minute till the turtle spawns, same spot. I think we're done with the gold lane advantage. Alter Ego have to figure out where else can we win, because Arfi bullying Dominkite is beyond the fact. There's not much they're getting from there.
Demon Kite's the one with 3 kills under his belt. We said it a little bit earlier. Aurora Gaming feeling like they got a little bit of a stampede going. Taking some notes from their brethren, and they really are.
You can say that again, because you can cover these names, cover the team, and this could be a liquid draft.
Yep.
So what do we do from here for Alter Ego Esports? They've been behind, a nice flicker forced out from Hijume.
Huge.
Aurora Gaming at this point, I mean, Alter Ego, yes, they've fought from behind like this, but normally at least their mid is doing okay. Normally Hijume is doing okay. Normally Yasuke is doing okay. At this, it's only Arfi without a death.
Turtle here, started up by Aurora Gaming. No contest from Alter Ego with no eminent play either. It seems like Alter Ego have just decided to stay behind their own comfort zones and farm up. Well, where is the farm going to, though? There's really not much scaling.
Exactly. I mean, the CC signaling scaling tech charge coming down, but great reaction now. Light definitely going to be looking for the re-engage now, as that's going to be Alec isolated, taken out by Doming. Light! Gundo on the way to drag and bring Hijume back, and Doming with a double. Now with a big bonk, Yue takes it away.
Aurora Gaming is hunting right now.
Oh! You know, next.
No.
Oh, Doming with the flicker out from the bravest fighter! And the recall on Nino's corpse!
Not against 4! Not against 4, El Padre! Ay, ay, ay!
Alter Ego is coming into these fights thinking they're still in the lower bracket, thinking they can still muscle around their opponents. But Aurora Gaming was ready for this. They've been watching, they've been waiting for this.
I've been saying this since yesterday, and it was good when Alter Ego only knew one speed, but now they're on the back foot, they're cornering Edward.
No way he gets away from this, right? That's an all-in, and RP picks up a kill, so finally Alter Ego, they get a kill after what, 3 minutes?
I mean, Light's playing out of his mind right now as well. He always shows up in the nick of time, and he didn't even use his Way of the Dragon on Alec earlier. He gets a kill on Alec, then flicks in and finds Hijume. I mean, Aurora Gaming, it's tough right now for Alter Ego.
Tough is an understatement, especially when you're down 2 games with nothing when it comes to gameplay or even a comeback. All that Alter Ego have scored all series long are little kills, small trades. Some of them they won in the first 2 games, but here, again, all they got was a kill on Edward down bottom and a Light. They're trying to get Arfi here. He's gone.
Final slash. Edward takes him down. RWM with no one to follow it up. Now Light is just going to go in. Oh, try to bait out the flicker from Hijume, but they've already gotten the turtle on top of that.
Here's the kicker for Aurora Gaming as well, is they still have Doming Kite with a Sky Piercer at 3-0 and 1. Who, even if Alter Ego score...
Oh! He gets a steal, but he gets kicked back into Doming Kite. Now final slash from Edward! Hijume low, it's an all into the backline as Nino gets caught offensive at all, tries to deal some damage again, a big bonk that doesn't land, but Demon Kite still gets to kill. Doming will try his best to get another.
One by one, they all fall under the boot of Demon Kite right now. Bonk after bonk. He's a tanky boy, but he's still 4-0 and 5.
It's been a hot minute since Demon Kite tasted victory. He's gone around the world, played in Malaysia, came back to the Philippines, and now here in Jakarta. Just mere moments away from match point. Again, 2-0, and no clear signs of life from Alter Ego. A quick look once again at that sequence. An Aurora Alpha strike, no signs of doubt. Even underneath that tier 2 in mid, they were just counting ults, counting battle spells. Halfway through that fight, there was nothing left for Alter Ego.
And Edward is searching for an FMVP at this point. The guy has made play after play from game 1 to game 2 to game 3. And look at the range, Doming hurts so much.
And he's finding his own teammate for it, because Light is doing pretty good himself.
Taking a look at the items. Like I said, we just got a Malefic Gun in for Doming Kite. A 1.4K goal. I mean, everyone's got 1,000 plus gold leader this time. There's really not much to talk about. Aurora Gaming has multiple, I mean, everyone's an item up at this point.
And who I feel it stings the most for is Yasuke.
Yes.
This is his signature pick. He almost single-handedly made Leomord a threat in the knockout stage. I was laughing at Leomord in the Swiss, but looking at the stats, oh, Yasuke, how has he proven me wrong? But now, against the Fredrin, who he's down almost 2,000 gold off of, can't even dive in when he hits that Phantom Steed. He's at about the same stat base as the Fredrin, and that's a no-go. You're not going to get anywhere with that.
So here's the thing, right? Because Alter Ego Esports, we thought the meta was getting set down in the lower bracket. We thought what we were watching was the answer to everything. Aurora Gaming isn't even changing much of their gameplay strategy, changing much of their picks. They are the meta at this point. Whatever they want, their composition is winning out.
And we seem to be circling back. In M3, Singapore, the world saw how you could play MLBB in a different way. The Uber strat was debuted by Blacklist International. Now Aurora Gaming are throwing back to that. A free lord come in from them, spawning in about 25 seconds.
And who better to lead that Ube strat than Edward and your EXP laner, someone who was part of the creation, who was there for that moment. Alter Ego Esports. We are watching Arfi try to make it up to the top, once again putting band-aids on flesh wounds.
Uh-oh. Yeah, he's gonna go for the clear now. But also Yue, the guy there before the combo, before the trio completely left. He was part of that roster too, and now, Edward just flickers out once! He just goes for the Bravest Spider. The 1v1 will not happen. Edward's gonna try to cancel out the recalls. RP just gonna go for the turret up top, and they're still cutting the waves as the base. He's gonna be targeted out by Aurora.
But there's a Lord at your base right now. And Alec is all alone. They're trying to get back.
RP is already there. Yasuke doesn't have the steed. Lord already at the base right now as Alex has been caught on the Juju. No! Dominkai got them down! And it's Yue to throw him back! The base wide open! Aurora Gaming Philippines are a game away from cementing themselves in history!
Your jaw dropped, I saw that! In awe and in silence, the seemingly unstoppable Alter Ego cannot score against Aurora. And Aurora have barely lifted a finger. They played the same game 3 games into this series. How?
We saw 3 different faces in game 1, 2 to 3, and none of those faces were enough to even get a win, a single win. All the turtles have gone to Aurora. It's perfect from Aurora. And for Alter Ego, what's next? We already teased at the idea. What if they lose here with the Fighter Gold? What if they lose here with the Leomord, with the Jusin on Hijime? These are all the comforts that we've come to know from Alter Ego, aside from obviously the Freya that is banned out.
Something's gotta give. There's gotta be something else left in the playbook of Coach Sepher and Coach Styx to change the tides of battle, to give Alter Ego a second wind, because there's no turning back.
You know, I love the look of Edward on stage. He's just dazed out. It's like he's talking to himself saying, is this it? Let's throw it back to our panel as they break down the game.
Well, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen, I kind of feel like no matter what questions everyone gives, there's really one question everyone is asking. How do you stop this utility jungler? How do you stop this Ube strat? Because even our casters talk about it. It started back at M3. This is M7. There's no changes towards, you know, Fred, Boxia. In fact, it was nerfed. And it's still one of the strongest things that you can do in MLBB.
I gotta say that Alter Ego attempted in game number 3. We did say that they had a better chance. In this
I would say this entire M7, everyone tried.
Everyone really tried. I think that they have the tools to actually manage it. Like they have the Eve, they have also the CC. However, they're really not winning the first turtle. I feel like the way for you to eventually take over the utility jungler role is to win that first turtle fight. I think we are not seeing Alter Ego adjust to that first turtle. They're always giving it. They're always dying or getting poked before the game even starts. Before that first turtle fight even starts, and you're not even utilizing your EX plate to its full potential. The mid lane duo, although it is looking real good for Alter Ego, they're also not winning the lanes, in fact. And you can see that Yasuke is also getting bombarded in the jungle.
I don't know about you boys, but I think it's very, very clear. I think this is going to end up as a 4-0 sweep for Aurora, because the way that we are seeing AE, it's not like how we saw yesterday, right? The recovery isn't as clean. Everyone's a little bit more hesitant to go for the save, and I think more importantly, there's just no momentum behind them. After that game number 1, they feel deflated coming into game 2, and I think especially here in game 3, it was very evident that they just could not do much.
At this point, it really is come to what else can they do? Because you can't say that they didn't draft around what Aurora is showing, because they knew what Aurora is going to show. They drafted in a way that they have the answers. And I feel like they kind of want to get that first hurdle, but again, Aurora will not let them have it. Right now, we're going to look at the MVP of this game by an official gaming phone, Realme, and it goes over to Light. Because at this point, as amazing as all 5 members of Aurora, it really is the Light and Edward show. There's no way to stop these guys.
Yeah. 1, and 11. You know, Leo already mentioned that this is very reminiscent of the Ube. I disagree. I think there is going to be a little bit of a variation here, because it's not just about, hey, we stay together, we win together. There's an outreach. There's a level of, hey, Edward, stick your hand out a little bit further, and don't worry, you're never alone this time, because you got Light to compensate and to support you.
One of the underrated ways to actually approach Ube that maybe most people do not really recognize is the fact that you can get in and out of the fight so if you master going in and out of the fights, you sustain yourself, and then the fight becomes very easy for you. That is exactly what happened in Turtle number 1, where there was a jump coming out from the Lapu-Lapu. They just back out just a little bit, enough for them to get out of the zone of the damage and then turn the fight around.
Again, I kind of feel like Light and Edward is the problem. Because I agree with you, right? There are ways to deal with it, but at this point, Edward and Light has cemented this style in their system so well that they counter the counters.
Information is powerful. The mechanics is the key to why they are finding so many different opportunities against AE by kicking their shins out, right? It feels like they don't have a strong foundation to sit on when Hijime goes down. And even for Alec, he's looking for opportunities. It's not like he's completely out of the water. But they time the cooldowns very well. Oh, the Nature's Barrier pops up. Great, no Mighty Swing. That's something else we can take advantage of.
The strength of the utility junglers, particularly the Fredrin with the Jushin, once again, by the way, from Aurora, which we did say is a combo that you should break if you're facing up against Aurora. The strength of that kind of composition is that it breaks that rock, paper, scissors thing of utility versus assassin versus fighters. It just wins both matchups. It's clear that when up against the Leomord, it works so well. When now up against assassin, obviously it's not going to be enough. So we have seen in games 1 and 3 how good this lineup is. Now, we turn the question back to Alter Ego. Alter Ego has won when teams don't ban the Freya against them. And they now be not prideful enough to actually ban or break Fredrin and Jushin.
It's very difficult because Aurora, they always draft in a way where it's crowd control overload, and whatever you think they lack in damage, they just win by momentum as well as gold. Like, we can use 5 tanks, but if we're 5,000 to 6,000 ahead in gold, we're still gonna hurt you. Right?
I really envision what you're trying to say. And that's very true. And where does that start? Where does the lead actually build up? I hate to sound like a broken record. The first turtle fight.
Yeah.
You really have to put priority that Alter Ego needs to review what they have been doing in the past 3 games. Make sure that they are all aligned. Let's not do sour lanes. Let's not try to go for over 50-50s kind of risks. Then just focus on that first turtle fight, win it, and then maybe you have a shot at the mid-game.
And this is why I think that AE is probably going to drop the following game, because again, it's the lack of experience and more so being on a high, I would say the pinnacle here at MLBB. It's a lot of pressure. It's so much pressure. And I think, especially when you're playing on home ground, that's another level that you're going to have to think about. Every missed execution is just another moment somebody's going to clip it and say, hey, this is the downfall.
I mean, here's the thing. This is match point for Aurora. And it's a good thing, you know, looking at our show flow, we're going to have a bit of an extended break for Alter Ego as well as Aurora, of course. So hopefully by that time,
Interesting.
The players as well as the coach have to discuss amongst each other, be like, this is potentially the last hurrah. We can't let it go down 4-0 because, again, the whole world is watching, specifically here in Indonesia. They just got to lock it. They just got to win the first turtle and then move on from there.
That's a first step. That's a difficult first step, but a first step nonetheless. It's now criminal to give up the first turtle to Aurora, especially because they're now down in this game. And they're also drafting in a way that they kind of want to clash in the early game. You know, if you get my meaning, it's not like they're completely avoiding, because there's that kind of approach where you are completely like conceding your early game in exchange for a late game scaling. It's not the case for Alter Ego. We are seeing them trying to contest that with the Suyo, with the Leomord, with the Lapu-Lapu, and then the CC. The mid-range game that they're trying to employ is not going to work if they're not taking that first step.
And I think, if anything, right? If that Fredrin gets let through again, I'm hoping that maybe the counter pick in Baxia might come through, just so that we can at least see what it be like, right? They've tried many different approaches. I think now the util jungle has to come in here, and unfortunately for Yasuke, as good as he is on pretty much any assassin he puts his hands on, without that utility, I feel like nobody else on this team will be able to have a good time.
Just slightly worried because that's something that SRG tried, and it also kind of failed because, again, the picks are good, but it's not just the jungler. The entire team kind of has to adjust, and this is where the question of identity really lies, right? Where Aurora basically has an impenetrable identity. You can't force them away from what they know best. There's always other options like, oh, you don't give us this, we have that. You don't give us this, we have that. So right now we're looking at the camp of Aurora, and they're very calm. They're making sure that they're not overly excited because, again, the game is not over just yet.
The job's not done, basically. This is a 3-0 lead that they have built up, but it doesn't mean that this is not losable, right? They can actually...
they don't want to choke.
Essentially. I was kind of tiptoeing around that word, but yeah, they don't want to choke.
I don't know how to tiptoe, but I do know that we will be heading over to the stage with our lovely hosts, because there's a lucky draw, maybe some kind of show happening on. So let's actually throw it over to the stage with the hosts. As long as everything goes well, throw it over.
Aurora Gaming from the Philippines are just one game away of winning it all. But of course, the surprises does not stop there.
That's right, Eterna, because now we will determine the M7 Lucky Draw winners.
Absolutely. Since this is a special occasion, it is the grand finals after all, we will be announcing 5 lucky winners from the M7 Lucky Draw that will win a total of 50,000 diamonds.
Bring out your phone, guys, and check your codes, because you just might win 50,000 diamonds.
So, I hope you guys are ready. Bring out your phones, check your codes, because the first code is 696IL2.
Again, that's 696IL2. Congratulations to our M7 Lucky Draw winners of 50,000 diamonds.
Wow, 50,000 diamonds, but don't you guys worry, because we do still have some codes ahead of us, because the second lucky draw code is 7WQW7V.
Let me repeat. 7WQW7V.
All right. The next one. Are we ready? All right. The third winning lucky draw code is C4SCIS.
C4SCIS. You just won 50,000 diamonds.
Okay. We have the last one. Okay. The last one is 13A75B.
Let me repeat. 13A75B. Again, to remind everyone, the prize will send to you within 7 days.
All right, so don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, that in the future, we will be having the lucky draw. So don't forget to log in every day for the next 7 days to make sure you get it. Is this another code that we're having?
I think
so. Is this our 6th code?
No, 5th.
5th code?
Yes, I think.
Okay, so the last one.
Yes.
All right, so the last code is Z6V4Z1.
Again, Z6V4Z1.
It's okay, it's a tongue twister. It's a tongue twister. So you guys make sure, rewind on your phones, make sure that you got the codes right.
Yes. So that is the 5th winner of 50,000 diamonds.
All right. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, once again, don't forget to log into MLBB. Check it out. Don't miss it, all right? Because, of course, MLBB, M7 this time around, they are not done with their surprises. But before we announce our next surprise, we want to test the energy level of the arena. Are you ready, Glenn?
Of course.
All right. Tennis Indoor Senayan, we want to hear your energy level. So,
M7, mana suaranya?
I think we could do that again.
Of course.
I think we can do that again. Let's try one more time. Kita coba satu kali lagi. M7, mana suaranya?
That's better.
I like that. I like that energy. Because keep that energy up, ladies and gentlemen, because now it is time, Glenn, for us to throw it over to the mid-game show. So with that, let's head over.
Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband. 'Cause you're my Iron Man. And I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance. 'Cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. I see you standing there in your Hulk outerwear. And all I can think is where is the ring? 'Cause I know you wanna ask. Scared the moment will pass. I can see it in your eyes. Just take me by surprise. And all my friends, they tell me they see you're planning to get on one knee. But I want it to be out of the blue. So make sure I have no clue when you ask. Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband. 'Cause you're my Iron Man. And I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance. 'Cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Baby, take my hand. I want you to be my husband. 'Cause you're my Iron Man. And I love you 3000. Baby, take a chance. 'Cause I want this to be something straight out of a Hollywood movie. Baby, no spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-dum. No spoilers, please. Ba-da-da-da-dum. And I love you 3000.
M7, mana suaranya? Nama saya Stephanie Putri.
Picking petals off of daisies. Think about you on the daily. I just wanna be the one you want. I just wanna be the one you love. Got me thinking you could save me. Everybody think I'm crazy. I just wanna be the one you touch. I just wanna be the one you trust. Do you love me, love me, love me, love me, love me, yeah? Do you love me, love me, love me, love me, love me not? Do you love me, love me, love me, love me, love me, yeah? Do you love me, love me, love me, love me, love me not? Do I ever cross your mind? Heaven knows you've been on mine. You're driving me crazy, oh baby. Do I ever cross your mind? Heaven knows you live on mine. You're driving me crazy, oh baby.
Semuanya tepuk tangan.
Love me, love me, love me, love me, love me, yeah. Do you love me, love me, love me, love me, love me not? Do you love me, love me, love me, love me, love me, yeah? Do you love me, love me, love me, love me, love me not?
Mobile Legends!
Do you love me, love me, love me, love me, love me,
Do you
yeah?
love me? Do you love me?
Do you love me, love me, love me, love me, love me not? Do you love me, you keep on standing in my light. Stop, you don't wanna get no closer, cause I touch like Batman in July. I know that look, I've seen it before, and I keep score. Got you rolling, I want ya. How you like that, baby? You, but we're too busy playing yourself. Nobody else won't see me coming. I'm coming straight for the heart. Straight for the heart. You never seen a sniper looking this cute. My favorite part. I get to looking really eyes when I shoot. Oh, you're the truth that you know. Something you know it's true. Your ego ain't bulletproof. I'm coming straight for the heart. Want you to feel me take control over you. Trust me, I won't be gentle. You can make me say it a second time. So cover up 'cause your ego is showing like you've never had it know in your life. I know that look, I've seen it before, and I keep score. I got you right, I want ya. How you like that, baby? You was way too busy playing yourself. Ain't nobody else won't see me coming, but I'm coming straight for the heart. You never seen a sniper looking this cute. My favorite part. I get to look you in the eyes when I shoot. Hey, I'm leaving the truth that you know, so you know it's true. Your ego ain't bulletproof. I'm coming straight for the heart. I'm leaving the truth that you know, so you know it's true. Your ego ain't bulletproof. I'm coming. M7! This is her new song. Udah siap belum? Let's get to work. Get into it. Work, work.
Work.
Back up, get your heads blown. Suntan, about to stand up in my drone. Island with a skin tone. On the back, gotta put in that. It's that top notch, non-stop, make it hot. Backdrop, keep 'em guessing. Big flex, break a neck, cut a check, go invest, that's a good one. Rock your waist train, hit your treadmill. Do Pilates, high your legs feel. Take a group hike, do them squats, girl, it's go time. Go put in that work. Pump it up, girl, put in that work. Pump it up, fam, put in that work. Pump it up, sis, put in that work. Put in that work, put in that work. Pump it up, girl, put in that work. Pump it up, friend, put in that work. Pump it up, sis, put in that work. Put in that work, put in that work. 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 Work. She looks so good, make the world turn. Yeah, I'm in a bed. Hot and rich could be my twin. I bet you want that shopping spree. I call that a workout. Lamborghini, how I crash out. So many, so teeny, hot and sweaty watermelon martini. When I walk into the room like $1 million, you can put it on my card. I don't know about you, but I'm making money moves. I'm the one to call it shots. End of the day, you be saying my name. Top of your lungs, I will make the ground shake. What an earthquake, going so crazy. Sold out, but you caught it to LA. Moisturizer, get your eye cream and the serum. How's the face feel? Take a group pic. Ooh, be so hot. Girl, it's go time. Go and put in that work. Pump it up, girl, put in that work. Pump it up, fam, put in that work. Pump it up, sis, put in that work. Put in that work, put in that work. Pump it up, girl, put in that work. Pump it up, friend, put in that work. Pump it up, sis, put in that work. Put in that work, put in that work. 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 to handle, got the lethal touch. Pedal to the metal till I'm rising up. We got the energy when you see me and me scary. We run the beat when we unite. Enemies that watch your freeze. Go straight for the eyes if you know what I mean. So now we got you hooked. Now we rise this one. Ain't play right now, ain't play right now. No freebies on the book, but I let them look. When I walk in the room, everybody gonna watch us sizzle. Got a crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gonna watch us. R to the I, to the S, to the E. Gonna shut down the ops if you're trying to get past me. You can watch us sizzle. We're making this drop go triple. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, we rise as one. Tripping, don't know what they're missing till they start swimming. We rise as one. Baby, now you're in the system, dropping to the rhythm. We rise as one. You know that I'm about to be the one to shut it down. Rising up and flying off the ground like uh-oh. Gotta know it's Armageddon, uh-oh. If you wanna come get it nice to meet ya, better keep up all the feature and delete ya, hide and seek us. So legendaries, don't think you can beat us. So now we got you hooked. Now we rise as one. Ain't play right now, ain't play right now. Freebies on the book, but I let them look. When I walk in the room, everybody gonna watch us sizzle. Got a crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gonna watch us. R to the I, to the S, to the E. Gonna shut down the ops if they tryna get past me. You can watch us sizzle. While you're making this drop go triple. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, we rise as one. Got me wild and free. Now watch us stay high. Doing it like I do. If you're rolling with me, the best team that unite. When I walk in the room, everybody gonna watch me sizzle. Got crew so hot, no riddles. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, everybody gonna watch us. R to the I, to the S, to the E. Gonna shut down the ops if they tryna get past me. You can watch us sizzle. We're making this drop go triple. It's 0 to 100, no middle. That's right, that's right. When I walk in the room, we rise as one.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Nona. That was amazing, man. I didn't know how they could memorize all those choreographies.
Yep, that's the way to call it. That was beautiful performance. A mid-break show. At least it kind of brings it all together, right? It was feeling a little down, but now in the arena, the Indonesians are ready for something else.
But chat, calm down. I understand that's a lot of dopamine.
Yep.
But now we got to reel it back in. But again, Nona was amazing. Yep. So now the realization of this match point from Aurora, Philippines. It hasn't gone away just yet. But before we even talk about it, we got to talk about Granger, because Granger is absolutely amazing. And you guys can get the new Thunder Ascendant skin quite easily. Just make sure you guys get the M7 pass. And then that's it. There's really nothing else that you guys have to do. Get the pass for you to get the Thunder Ascendant skin. In fact, while you have the pass, keep on leveling up, because then you guys will eventually get the true prestige, which is Granger's new Prime skin. This beauty you can unlock at level 75 on the track record, but if you go all the way to 150, you can get this bad boy.
It's so good. Every year they come up with a figurine, and this time around I think they really nailed it with this one. Really showing what MLBB is all about, especially for those dedicated fans.
And here's the thing, if you guys like the retro cartoon style, if you guys like to play STG games, then make sure you guys check out Acecraft, because it's been here for a while now. You guys can play solo, you guys can play with the team. It's got random skills, you got deflection mechanics, and of course, a lot of different characters. So make sure you guys grab the game and download it and try it for yourself, because trust me, you might enjoy it just a little bit too much. So again, shout out to Acecraft. Speaking of right now, again, we got to talk about the game, because
game
what do we do?
Game 4.
I mean, like, we do nothing, but what do they do? We hope and pray. For our parts, we gotta hope and pray that the team actually gets back into form, because right now the laning phase has been looking a little abysmal. As we've talked about many, many times about that very first turtle here, it feels like the meta seems a little impossible without that first, bit of gold.
Our first step is definitely the first turtle, but the first step is the draft. And I kind of looked at the previous drafts, and I kind of felt like maybe one of the ways for them to eventually equalize when it comes to the laning stage in the first turtle is to start with taking away the Jushin as well as the Fredrin combo. That is definitely one thing that they could actually go for. And I kind of thought like maybe there is a condition for Aurora on when they will eventually pick up the Fredrin. Maybe they're just allergic to that Claude. Maybe if the Claude is banned out, which typically is going to be the choice here for themselves, they actually ban the Claude if they don't have access to Freya or something, or even the Leomoid. So maybe what Alter Ego can do is take the Claude and then break that even Jushin. Jushin and Fredrin.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, honestly, like, I feel like it's kind of like the Leon Freya. You got to take it away one or the other. And yeah, I kind of feel like it's better just to take the Jushin away. But with that being said, Yue has been performing out of his mind. Like, Demonkai is great, but I feel like the team is making him have such a good time.
I mean, I feel like Demonkai has one of their, I wouldn't say the easiest job, because he still has to be like mechanically aware of who uses abilities and who needs to be disrupted in the middle of those fights. And you can't take that away from Demonkai. He is good on that Fredrin for this particular reason, and why he leans more into Fredrin than he does into Baxia. However, Light alongside with Edward have been making super plays time after time after time after time, and the consistency of Yue and Domenkai really is coming up to uplift the team.
There was one part though during the break when we were talking, me and Guido were talking, and just like Edward as well as Light, you really feel that they really wanted to win in this series. They have been performing unlike any time that they have performed before. I'm sure that they have highs like this before, but them together on point, not making any mistakes, just being so good of a teammate for their carries. They're just amplifying Aurora so much that it looks, I mean, you could say that Demon Kite as well as Domikite's life were easy just because of what Edward and Light were able to do,
And you know that Edward in particular wants to perform. Every time after the game, what is he doing? He's holding on both hands to that secret lab chair. He's holding himself back. He's trying not to explode full of emotion, because again, it's high stakes. If you overheat, that could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, we keep talking about this is the last chance for Indonesia, because this is the people's champ. Right? At this point, all the support from all over the world, not even from just Indonesia, I believe other regions as well, is looking at Alter Ego and be like, we love your story. We want to see what more you can really do. But again, going up against Aurora Philippines, where they really have understood what they want to do, what they want to play, is really putting Alter Ego at a very tough spot. And Wolf, you yourself as an analyst have brought out different suggestions on what they can do. Separate the combo as well as try your very best to win that first turtle. And I believe that maybe you got to go for an early rotation of making sure that Nino has a good time going up against Edward, and then try to snowball that momentum, because we've seen how AE plays when they do get that early momentum. So it's kind of like get back your identity of I just want to kill people somehow.
And that's crazy because
in-game.
In-game. I had a chat with Kid Bomba, one of the best explainers to have ever played the game. Such a great personality. I had a podcast with him. And he said that essentially laning has been less of a, it's actually the least important factor of being an explainer right now. Draft is more important, and your contribution to team fights better. So maybe Nino might have focused too much on the laning stage that he thought like, oh, maybe I cannot do it anymore during the team fights. I think that they should refocus on the team fights instead.
Yeah, here we can see how difficult of a game it was for Yasuke, because only dealing 12,000 damage on that Leomore in comparison to Demonkai with almost 20,000. And again, not to say that Yasuke is bad on Leomore. We know that Yasuke is amazing on that Leomore, but this does show how basically Aurora Philippines made it so difficult for Yasuke to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the way that they're looking at the previous game recaps, right? We're going through them one by one, and the people who take the most amount of punishment always leans back to Yasuke and Hijime. If these two are not doing well, or at least one or the other, if you get both, it's a guaranteed win. If it's one or the other, maybe there's a chance for Arfi and even Nino to sneak back in.
Yeah. would feel like between Arfi as well as Dome and Kite, it's going to be boiling down to the draft in a way that you kind of want to get the safest choice. So far, you are seeing a lot of priority when it comes to the choices for Dome and Kite. He's third pick, I think, game number 1, and then second and third pick in game number 2 and 3. So it means that the heroes that Dominic is now using are heroes that don't necessarily have the counters. Like the Granger. Do you actually have a counter to the Granger? Not really. You can't really win in the laning stage. So maybe that's the reason why Dominic has been successful, is because he's having the safer options in the gold lane.
Well, Alter Ego, whether you're ready or not, we're about to start the draft here. We're going to be looking at the players as well as the trophy. And again, for Aurora Philippines, it's just one game away from them earning that trophy.
This might just be it. We need to see the early game performance coming in from AE. Was the mid-game show enough for them to find that full mental reset? Because if there was momentum on Aurora's side, they want to stay hot throughout that show. So when they touch the land of Dawn, it's all blazing glory.
And for you guys at home, you guys can get this redeem code. Go to M7, which is pretty clever considering we also just had the finals of Magic Chess Go-Go.
Yeah, and I mean, quickly redeem the code now while you still can. Log into the game, input the code, and enjoy a random skin trial. Think fast, because these won't last.
I don't know if they can hear that, but you know what?
Shout out to Mirko.
Shout out to Mirko, man. Amazing. What a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy. That's how you would describe him if someone were to ask you how to describe
Mirko.
Honestly, anyone or any talent for MLBB. It's like, how would you describe this guy? What a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy.
What a guy.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys can see, the coaches are ready with the players. And this can only mean one thing. The draft is about to start. Game number 4, match point for Aurora Philippines. And this is do or die for Alter Ego. If they want to get a reverse sweep, it starts here with Dangerous Grass.
Oh, that's very interesting. Dangerous Grass used to be notorious for having some of the longer games, because there are moments where micromechanics, as much as you are good at pushing buttons, if you just don't happen to see the guy on accident for a split second, it's over.
It's the heal the map, but now Alter Ego, Jushin is still available. This is what I recommended before game number 3 started. Ban the Grok, get the Jushin. Aurora, the answer with Leomord might be the Farsa or the Khalid. So it's just an exchange. Like, instead of getting the Grok, they now pick up the Khalid.
This does mean that a couple of things are still wide out in the open. Yves being one of them. I wonder if AE wants to pick up Claude for themselves at this point, willing to give up Sora to the other side if necessary.
I think the Claude is going to be the answer here for Alter Ego. To go with the Cho. So this is a good hero for Alec for sure. Cho and Jushin, such a good combo. There's also that CC factor, I would say. Oh, okay, now this I did not expect.
I mean, like...
Oh, this is bad, but I hope that Alter Ego is prepared for this, because typically it's Leomord after the Yisun Chin.
I mean, like, here's the thing. It's do or die. And maybe the coach is just like, you know what? If we're going to go out, don't have any regrets. What hero do you like to play? It's like, I want to play Yisun Chin, all right? Even if we lose, at least you can say, that's your favorite hero. You try your best. They're just better.
I think now the Farsa is incoming for Aurora, but there is also that Harith that is tricky, because it's great. It's kind of good against the Kalea because you do have the Purify, and after the Purify, you're just like, you don't really have control of the Harith anymore. And Aurora really likes that hero. If not, they can just go back to the Granger. But yeah, it is indeed the Harith.
Yep. Comfort picks. It already feels like AE is playing Days of Future Past here. Professor X itself. I mean, what can you do, really? Like, as much as I want to say that there is a perfect line in the draft, that's just not the case here in the grand final.
Absolutely not.
And I think the performance of the players takes priority and takes precedent over it.
Yeah. And now what Aurora will do, by the CC, maybe Esmeralda, obviously. And a very good choice, as it is great against Harith. Immediately, the Uranus, I think Alter Ego will ban out those tanky heroes in the EXP lane, just so that the Yisun Chin will have a good time.
Yeah, but right now you were talking about how you got to win that first hurdle.
That's right.
The draft coming in from AE. I mean, it's not complete yet, but the options that they do have doesn't really look like they can contest that one. Like, maybe go for the opposite lane, trying to get a gank. Other than that, I'm not so sure if they can actually secure the first hurdle with this.
It doesn't really inspire confidence just yet, but we could be wrong in the second phase, right? Because Master of the Basics is already taking his time on this second ban. Yes, there are still things that are hyper tanking and could slowly start peeling them off, but at the same time, is there any consideration of, hey, maybe get rid of the troll, maybe get rid of the bot, as we see the ban?
Oh man, that code should have been blue too.
I know.
But here's the thing, AE, they pick up the Eastern Shin. Does this mean that they will go for something like a Ruby Gold instead, right?
Ruby Gold is really good versus.
Right? Basically, it's just like, you know what, Yasuke, it's all on you. The rest of us will sacrifice ourselves.
That's right.
So that you can actually farm this time and you can do damage.
That's the main reason why they're banning the tanky heroes now, so that they will not have to look for a Shred. And also, Yisenshin kind of hates playing up against Uranus, Esmeralda. Maybe Alice is the next man here for Alter Ego. So that Aurora will just go for a Lapu-Lapu or even a Yuzhong, in fact.
If necessary, we'll see whether or not, but it's going to be Farsa ban here. Huh.
I have a feeling that Alter Ego wants to pick up the Yuzhong for themselves. That means that Aurora must, if they're not scared about that, they can just go for the Lapu-Lapu and then last pick the Valentina.
Yes.
They also have the Eve. I feel like it's much better to just get Lapu-Lapu or Yuzhong now for Aurora, because now they open up a lot for Yue. At the same time though, Eve is looking good for you, as well as the Kimi. So honestly, the first 3 picks coming up from Aurora makes them so flexible in the draft right now that they can just pick their poison.
I think they could go Sora once again, right? I think Sora would be the more flexible option, looking for different types of engages. No! Wow!
That is their Jushin counter, apparently.
I mean,
their Yisenshin answer.
This also kind of set up if they want to go for an Arlet again, because it can actually, you know, it's basically stun everyone. So I think they just want to keep the option there.
Yeah, so they go Granger, and I believe that they would want to go. They will not go for Ruby anymore.
It's very risky of picking up the Granger here.
They have to take the Sora.
Yeah.
They have to pick it, but then again, the Valentina for Aurora
they're not tanky. That's part of the problem as well, right? You have a Kalia, you have a Jushin, a lot of crowd control here.
And then they might be locked into the Phobias, which is gonna be bad, but
or Terizla.
Hopefully they're not tempted to that. I think the best choice is the Sora or Alice for Alter Ego.
Both seem pretty good to me. I think Alice in particular, I'm leaning more towards.
I think it's over, boys.
This is a rough one.
A very rough one. Aurora, however, will not Sora. I think they will just go for a CC. Oh no, a CC would be.
Hopefully, what we're saying is just Caster Curse gives something to AE to win this one, because at this point, you need some Mystic help to make sure that they're
in a lot of luck.
You need a lot of luck. They need
a lot of luck. You need to make sure that for whatever reason the Zetchen ultimate into the Raging Sandstorm will whiff, which I feel like it's not gonna happen.
It's so difficult. If they have 5 Golden Cats in their room, they are going to need 15 to compensate.
I mean, here's the thing again, Alter Ego, they want to go out with a bang. They want to get their very best heroes that they enjoy playing. Ladies and gentlemen, match point for Aurora Philippines. This win will make them the champions of the M7 World Championship. And with that, we're throwing it over into the Land of Dawn with Mirko, Trex, and Leo.
One game away from denying all the allegations. One game away from silencing all the haters. One game away from scoring and putting a mark on this series. El Familia have all of their fans, the Alter Champs, shouting, hoping that hockey kicks in now.
Hope is a fickle thing though. Alter Ego Esports need to be able to pull this off with their own determination and skill at this point, and Aurora Gaming has just been so strong, have just been so clean from draft to execution.
It's now or never. They've been lucky all throughout, has been the joke, but now they actually need a bit more luck. But they also need to fix everything. Have they fixed? Have they done enough in the draft? Because Wolf said it's over.
Here's what's scary. For the first time in this 4-game series so far, Aurora Gaming actually have a favorable draft index. The numbers favor even them. Even the game's algorithm can tell that their draft performs much better.
And it's such a safe choice, or I mean, it could be safe, could be aggressive, but knowing how they've been playing on the back foot, it really looks like this pull yourself together is more defensive. You can already see it here, Ijume having to use it right as I say it.
And this is so un-alter ego. They're not used to playing this way.
I mean, to Hijume's defense, though, he loves that pull itself together. I mean, he uses it on a lot of heroes, and we've seen him use it on this Jushin throughout this series so far. Up in the top side, Arfi, is he finally going to have a time to shine on this Granger? I wonder if he's going to go for an early Sky Piercer once again, or just take the normal build route.
In addition to possibly Yasuke and Hijume in mid and in the jungle, Aurora Gaming PH might have countered and cornered Arfi into playing marksman, which, again, he's okay with, he's good at, but against Dominkite, he struggles with.
Yep. You know, jumping down to Edward into the pursuit constantly now, onto a River Spider, already used up by Edward. Like to be picked up now by Alec and by Hijume, but it's going to be the flicker around as Doming rotates to the gold lane. It's Nino caught in the midst of it all still near the Phoenix, and Edward goes through it with Yue. Dominkite gets rid of Nino, and it's Aurora with 2 kills and the neutral objective.
First turtle once again for the side of Aurora Gaming PH. 1,000 gold lead once again.
Wolf was chewing our ears off for this fact. Gideon was tag teaming the fact that if you do not get the first turtle, Aurora Gaming have basically won half the match. So, how does Alter Ego Esports fix this? Number one, protect Yasuke at all costs. But to do that, you have to kind of put Alec on the back burner. You have to put Hijume in a weird position, which it's clear that maybe Hijume isn't playing as aggressive as he used to.
It's almost, I mean, it's too late to protect Yasuke at all costs. He's already 0-1-0. He's already falling behind. He's 2 levels behind Demonkite at this point. In my mind, Alter Ego, yeah, protect everyone. You need to just stop. You gotta slow it down. Maybe even give up the second turtle. Big Tsunami Slam.
Oh, Light gets away with Raging Sandstorm, and now Demonkite goes through, brings Alec back. It's gonna be onto Light. He goes. Last few shots, almost taking him down. Light caught in the bad spot, but he can just heal back up. And Aurora don't lose anything.
Hijume gets a little bit of nice chunk damage, but once again, it's still not enough. Alter Ego think they can take these fights when it's very clear to all of us that they can't.
When Nino starts joining these big 5v5s, things might change. I'm looking at how his Infernal Pursuit might kind of compromise Light, even Dominkite, but if you remember that first turtle, Dominkite came in late. Dominkite made himself scarce up until the very last moment where Alec almost died. So it seems like even on a timing basis, even when it comes to execution, Aurora may have found the checkmate.
You know, and to that point, Nino, we saw him on the Phoveus earlier this series, and he did do amazing with those pursuits. We also heard the panel talking about how laning phase isn't as important. How well can you be an impact in these big fights? So it could almost be worth Nino leaving lane here and there to look for the plays and the Purify.
There, the Phoenix man, you can already see the tilt, the desperation. It's now Yazuki jumping around a shocker lights! Sun's about to win! Survives it all! A double kill now, Ijume is able to get RPA kill, but it's Yue who rotates.
Alter Ego are desperate at this point. Grasping at straws, grasping at Ghost, as Aurora Gaming continues to elude.
The last shot of the turret gets him down. RP gets one more.
Dirty trades up top, and it's at this point where I can tell Alter Ego doesn't even care what the numbers look like as long as we get kills. That whole sequence up top with the turtle far removed down bottom, taken by Demonkite with no contest. The former Onyx Prodigy roamer, Alec, formerly known as Owen, started it up, but I don't think he's ever faced a team as surgically precise as Aurora Gaming PH for his 2-year career. He's gone this far. He's played so many tournaments countless times throughout the Indonesian amateur scene all the way up to the world stage. I don't think he's ever faced a team like Aurora.
Raging Sandstorm and even a flicker out from Edward. But Arfi gets away with a flicker. But again, I think it's worth it to trade flicker for flicker if you're on a Lapu versus a Granger.
Very true. Luckily, Arfi did get 2 of those kills down there. The only 2 kills on the board did go into his hand. First item was the Hunter Strike. Second item was Sky Piercer. The one time that he trades it.
And unfortunately, the stacks didn't come after the Piercer. So now Aurora Gaming are still up on timing.
It's very unfortunate at this point. Luck is not on their side. The past 2 games, he's built Sky Piercer first, gotten no kills. This time he gets 2 kills and decides to build it second.
I'd hate to say it, but their luck may have run out. And when it comes to the World Championship, you can't rely on luck. In comes Alec, looking for an engagement. Even he doesn't know if it's worth it. Dominkite pushing clean, and Nino pushing him back.
Went for the lane swap. Nino all the way up at top side. They want to fight for this third turtle.
The final turtle with Dominkite holding on. Phantom Steed info. In he comes.
Dark Wave canceling it. Raging Sansa will make her with through to the Phoenix. Everything using the backline. RP does not have Flicker to get torn through by Aurora!
And Nino's gonna drop next. Yasuke on the run.
That's what you call an Aurora Avalanche. A force of nature plowing through El Familia. 4,000 gold up, 7.5 minutes in. Alter Ego can't catch a break. Yasuke, he's down 1,000 gold.
Alter Ego just walking into a brick wall, walking into the Avalanche right now, thinking they can man it. Even at that last play, they go for the turtle. They feel like this is a do or die situation when maybe it really wasn't.
And now Alter Ego back again to look for those plays. The plays you see when they are behind. But up against Aurora, who are so consistent, so disciplined, they can't be baited into a fight. Heck, when they take a fight, it's always in favor of them. Now Nino, he can't even go for it. He lands the Dark Wave, but he knows better than to jump on Doming.
Even with Yasuke in his wake, Yasuke is not in a fighting form because they can't see where the rest of Aurora are. And you know how it is. If you can't see your opponents, chances are they're just nearby.
Yasuke does get away there. You know, one of the big differences for Alter Ego this series as well, essentially this whole series, is not everyone can fight on their own. And in past games for Alter Ego, Arfi could handle his own. The rest of the team could handle their own.
Usually with a high range hero like Granger and the Mount Shocker, Dangerous Grass is on your side.
Oh, lights. Oh, he's trying to bait out the flicker. Phantom Steed now comes through. Doming from the side, goes over to Zaman for Tsunami time coming down, but it's only on towards that ball for the Phoenix.
Everyone's able to get away there. Edward! Oh, still in the backside. Edward jumps in.
Doesn't get the stun, now gets stunned. Edward! What the hell? Jumps in under the turret and takes 2 down.
With a huge Hail Mary into the base. Edward was getting Arfi no matter what by the end of the day, and now they're gonna move on to the Lord.
Alter Ego Esports is in no shape to contest. They can barely get out of their own base. The only things Aurora Gaming did not get out of Edward's trade was Hijume's flicker and the lives of him and his jungler. A free Lord for Aurora. Where else do they go?
I mean, at this point, you just pray and hope. You sit back. Endless Battle finally comes in for Yasuke. The ability to dive from Aurora Gaming, the ability to literally go under these towers and secure kills. That's why I say I don't know, because the odds are out there. A possible Hail Mary conceal play.
This is a start. A conceal, but they don't have vision. They don't know where the rest of Aurora are. They're keeping themselves scarce to keep this huge lead.
Here's the question, what do they do even if they found someone up there? What was the play? You're 7,000 gold behind.
Can't kill anyone.
Obvious. You're not going to be able to take anyone out on the opposite team. Just wait in your base.
3 years ago in this very arena, it was Sanford making that kind of play under Tier 1. Edward does it under base turret.
Aurora Gaming looking to break into the base. Holy Shield up top popped. Down goes the Lord. Alter Ego keep their inhibitors, but lose everything else.
Alter Ego wants to stand a chance here. They need to stay put, stay split up.
Radiant Sandstorm for the Phoenix. Arfi taken down by Dominkite. Tsunami Slam desperate from Alec. Edward jumps back away with the Raven Spider, and now Hijume is shining the light on them.
Yasuke taking a lot of damage as well. It goes down.
Alec standing tall, gonna be taken very low. Domeng takes him down. Another mini wave coming in up top. Egypt is the only one left. He goes in against 4. And now it's Edward who walks up, throws the sword. Domeng gets a double. They've wiped Alter Ego out.
Nino coming up, Arfi as well.
Nino, can he do it? He goes for it again. They go for the clear. Domeng's on the base. Some Monforce coming in. And it is all over.
The age of dominance continues through the Northern Lights. Aurora Gaming Philippines are your M7 World Champions.
For years, the Northern Lights flickered. Beautiful, but never enough. Tonight, they don't fade. They burn. Tonight, everything changes. No more choking. No more almost. Aurora, at last, become eternal.
4 games is all it took. In this same exact stadium, history repeats itself. It's different faces in front of the Filipino flag. But Aurora Gaming still takes home the trophy. Aurora Gaming still does what everyone thought they couldn't. And look at the boys on stage right now. They're happy. They're ready to lift that trophy.
How many finals have they been in, Leo? How many times have they faltered at the last step?
Yue has been all around the world. Edward has been here to hold their ground. Light, the missing piece, comes home to a World Championship trophy. Demon Kite, a longtime rival of the GOAT, finally becomes a Triple Crown champion. And Domeng Kite went from just a good gold laner to the best damn gold laner in the world.
I believe it's been 4 grand finals for Yue where he faltered in the final step. 4 losses mean nothing if the 5th rewrites history.
Don't forget about Mr. Consistent Edward, the 2-time champion. And it's been a long time coming. He's been in multiple M series, but has fallen short for so long since M3. And now at M7, gets it.
Let's throw it over to the stage to celebrate our champions.
They fell 1 step short, but they earned the world's respect tonight. Once again, thank you so much to Alter Ego Esports. And ladies and gentlemen, the champions of the world, the Northern Lights, Aurora Gaming Philippines!
From last year's setbacks, the Auroras return to the world stage with lights shining brighter than ever.
The world has seen you rise. Now let them see you claim what is yours.
Boys, Aurora Gaming Philippines, you may lift your trophy in a count of 3. Gather around the trophy. In 3, 2, 1. Congratulations, Aurora Gaming Philippines! And of course, ladies and gentlemen, to commemorate this historic moment, we would like to welcome on stage Mr. Cloud Zhang, CEO of Moonton Games, to award our champions.
This title belongs to every player, every coach, every voice behind the scenes. This moment makes every sacrifice worth it.
Country lead, Radha. Coach, master the basics. Coach, Dexter. Manager, Matthew. Edward in EXP. Demon Kite in the jungle. Drumming Kite in the gold lane. Light as a roamer. And Yue in the mid lane.
Aurora, show us those shining medals and look at the camera for a quick photo op.
This young team has been challenged by fate time and time again, but now, finally, their hard work is finally rewarded with the M-Series trophy. Thank you very much to Mr. Cloud Zhang, CEO of Moonton Games. And now, to immortalize your marks for being champions, let me call on Ms. Cherry Xia, Vice President, Head of Publishing and Esports of Moonton Games, to award your very own Fairy Champions Ring.
Aurora Gaming Philippines' journey didn't start tonight. It started years ago with a belief and sacrifice.
And of course, history has a way of remembering nights like this.
And now their names have become part of the story.
The M7 World Championship ring is made of solid 9-karat gold with a gold-plated silver 925 tribute ring, a base like the fans supporting their champion.
This year, M7 World Championship rings are designed with the MLBB fans in mind, supporting their dreams too. Beside the teams, therefore, Fairy created this tribute ring to pay tribute to all MLBB fans around the world.
This ring symbolizes dreams, that how it can be true with skill, hard work, and dedication.
Hey, Trina, don't you think the rings are so nice? I wish we got one too.
I guess we gotta prep for M8.
Ooh, that's a very interesting one.
There we have it. It looks like the rings are all placed on the entirety of Aurora Gaming Philippines. So, please look at the cameras and flex those ring, boys. It's time for some quick snaps.
Thank you, Ms. Cherisha, Vice President, Head of Publishing and Esports, Moonton Games. Now, to present the check, let us welcome Dr. Benone Yesaya Lauhenapesi, Deputy THÚA Executive Chairman of PBSC.
Against all odds, Aurora Gaming Philippines rose from contenders to champions and redefined what is possible.
For the 6th straight time, a Filipino team is on top of the MLBB scene.
Defended the title they roared before this match And now they did. To the champions, you know what to do. Show us your best poses as we do a quick photo op.
Thank you very much to Dr. Benone Yesaya Luhenapesi, Deputy THÚA Executive Chairman of PPSI. Finally, to celebrate the player who stood out throughout this best of 7 finale, it is time to award the M7 Finals MVP!
May we please call on stage Lamsi Chai, Head of Global Brand Communication from Realme, to present the award.
So, Tennis Indoor Stadium, who do you think is our M7 Finals MVP?
And the M7 Finals MVP is... The best player from the best team in the world. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Light!
Tennis Indoor Stadium Senayan is frantic as they celebrate Light as the finals MVP. Now, Light, would you mind taking a picture once again to commemorate this moment?
Clutch plays after clutch plays. The missing piece. The light bringer. The game changer. In his first season with the team, he led them to the top of the world. And of course, thank you very much to Ms. Lancy Chai, Head of Global Brand Communication from Realme. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to hear it from our finals MVP. Light, standing at the very top of the world, where the world can clearly see you. What does this finals MVP mean to you after everything that your team has been through?
It means a lot to me because all I have these past few days, only I can rest is when I get sleep. But when I'm awake, I'm doing all my best, reviewing all the enemy's game. And finally, I get the championship with these guys. They deserve it. We deserve it, all the hard work. And especially to my girlfriend that kept supporting me and being patient with me instead we don't have a time. He still pushed me to do my best.
Wow. This is definitely a very heartwarming interview. Light, congratulations. You deserve it so much. But Light, this victory puts you among the players with a complete trophy cabinet. MPL Philippines back in Season 9, MSC 2022, and now M7. What does this have to say about your legacy as a player?
I still don't know, but now that I get the MSC and the World Championship, all I want to do is to get it once again and more.
Wow! Once was never enough. He wants to do it twice again. And of course, Demon Kite shares the same sentiment as Light, as you guys have been teammates before. How are you feeling right now?
Sobrang saya lang po eh. Kasi umiyak na si Dylan. Gusto ko na rin umiyak eh. Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta yun. Naglalaro lang talaga ako para sa team ko. Kumbaga, buong tiwala ako sa kanila lahat. Yun, thank you lang. Yun.
said he feels like he wants to cry after seeing Light cried. And of course, thank you to everybody who supported them in their journey. He's playing just for the sake of playing with him and his teammates, and he has full support and trust into them.
That's wonderful. We're really seeing the emotions coming through from the players. And now to Yue. After 4 grand final appearances, you have finally secured your very own title, Yue. If you could talk to your former self right now, Yue, what would you say to your former self?
I just want to my previous self, I'm finally a champion!
Finally a champion! A world champion at that!
Edward, it was a bitter moment that last time you were in this stage with this redemption. That is take your second world title sweeter.
Sobrang saya po kasi wala rin nag-expect sa amin dito. And yun, na-full up namin ngayon. And yun. Sobrang saya. Kasi, ayun nga, ikalawang title na namin to and ikalawang title ko na to and walang nag-expect.
He said that he's actually so happy to be here to get his second title because I'm pretty sure everybody knows a lot of people have doubted Aurora Gaming Philippines in their journey and nobody expected them to be at this position. He's just overwhelmed with joy right now.
We can see it. We can see it. I think everyone is overwhelmed with joy. I think even the fans of the building are overwhelmed with joy. And of course, to Dome and Kite, rather. Hello, Dome and Kite.
Hello.
Throughout your journey, there have been doubts about what you could achieve. Now that you're finally a world champion here at M7, how do you want to be remembered?
Ayun nga, sa lahat ng doubters, simula nung nag-start ako, talagang marami talaga nagduda sa akin kasi yun nga, dahil sa mga lagi kami natatalo and ako yung nababash. So parang tinitake ko lang siya, take advantage sa akin, parang mas maging lesson pa siya sa akin sa mga susunod. And syempre, yun nga, yung nag-motivate talaga sa akin yung mga sinasabi ng tao. So parang tinuloy ko lang siya, yun, parang in-inspire din nila ako. And yun, finally, champion na rin.
He said that in his journey, it's never easy. There were so many doubters, and doubters just kept doubting him every time they lost. They would all come for him and bash him. But what he did instead was he used that hate and transformed it into positive energy as a driving force. And now he can finally say he's a champion. Dome and Kite, paano mo gusto maalala ng mga tao? How do you want people to remember you?
Alam mo ba? Di ko rin alam eh. Siguro, na lang. Wala. Kapag siguro, makikilala ka talaga kapag nag-champion ka eh. So, parang inano ko lang talaga. Pinursue ko yung goal ko na mag-champion yun. Kahit naman hindi nila ako kilalanin, basta nag-champion ako, okay na ako eh. And more champion siguro.
He said that the only way for people to truly know you is to be a champion. But you know what? Even if people don't really want to know him, it doesn't matter. He's already a champion.
And everyone is witness towards it.
Yes, THÄA. And of course, Coach Master the basics. Championships are never won alone, Coach. Is there anyone you and the rest of the team would like to thank?
First, gusto ko munang mag-thank you sa lahat ng players and sa coaching staff and management namin na binigay talaga lahat nila para makarating kami dito. And sa buong boss, sa lahat ng mga boss ng Aurora na nagtiwala sa amin, nagtiwala sa sistemang binuo namin. Maraming salamat. And sa lahat ng fans na nandito and mga sumusuporta sa buong Pilipinas, maraming salamat, guys. And yan, thank you din and shoutout sa wife ko and sa baby ko si Sky.
He said he would like to thank everybody for trusting the process. His players, the management, the Aurora Gaming family, that they trusted the process after last year and what they could do for the team. Of course, he'd like to thank all the supporter, the family back home, just everybody for being a part of their journey. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. The world has seen Aurora's bright light.
May we please invite you to take your trophy once more as you will proceed with the champion wall.
Come near your trophy, boys. M7, are you ready? In 3, 2, 1. A round of applause once more for your M7 World Champion, Aurora Gaming Philippines!
Congratulations once again, Aurora Gaming Philippines. Now please take your trophy with you and commence your champion walk.
Walk proud, boys. You have earned this moment. The world is yours.
Doubts have been shattered, expectations have been met, and now the world has seen another champion.
As our world champions make their way towards Stadium Madya, allow us to take this moment to thank you for making this possible. Once again, I am Rose.
I'm Glenn.
And I'm Eterna.
We're not done just yet because the world will see more of our champions. But first, let's show it back to our casters.
Thank you very much to our host, and of course, big congratulations to Aurora Gaming Philippines. And you can definitely see that Light is emotional with that win. Mirko, I heard
you were saying something.
He was from this one team before. I can't put my like.
It sounds like Kambing, like go.
Yeah. That's it. That's it.
Our
BTR, by the way, my goat, Chen Young.
Well, let's hope that one day BTR gets here. But yeah,
they're not.
That was an amazing game. And this is basically just a team that has a style that just could not be broken, Trex. Like, they just ran with it and it's like, yep, it's on you. What can you do?
There was literally nothing Alter Ego could do, honestly. I mean, Aurora Gaming, from that point on, from that final series, it felt like they deserved to be champions from the very beginning. Why did anyone ever doubt them at this point? They felt immortal, 4-0.
Yep. The drafts look really one-sided in a way that it's because I felt like Aurora Gaming just had the formula, and then all they had to do was to tweak some of that, when it comes to like the order of picks, the bans that they had to do up against Alter Ego, and all of a sudden Alter Ego had no answer. Even in the last draft, we said they will be trapped into picking the Phobius, and as I said that they did pick up the Phobius. From then on, you know that they were magnets. Alter Ego were magnetized towards what Aurora wanted to play at, and they just executed so properly.
It's just unfortunate because they're basically a shield. And Alter Ego had no more swords to go through that shield.
No, it really was a defined playstyle, a natural phenomenon. When you see those lights, you know that the Earth is still spherical. As soon as it disappears, you know the world is flat, and that's just no way in hell that's possible.
Wait, I'm pretty sure it's not flat.
Not flat.
I'm pretty sure it's.
I still see those lights. It hasn't changed.
It's like an egg, I'm pretty sure.
It's spherical is the right
It's a donut,
term.
man.
It's a oblique spheroid.
Oh, it's like Halo.
Did you just say donut?
Donut.
Donut.
It's a donut.
I haven't had dinner, so I have problems with that. But right now, let's actually talk about the future, because after this, it's about regional championship tour. You got Southeast Asia, East Asia, Amur. How do you feel about Amur?
Americas.
Yeah.
Plural.
There's a lot of Americas out there.
More regions for the Philippines to take over
it starts.
again.
That's actually where it starts next year.
What?
It says it starts. That's where the whole competitive scene is going to start next year.
Wait, so when did you say next year?
SEA, East Asia, and Amur.
So is it 2026 or 2027?
2026.
Because I'm pretty sure, even for me, I'm like, next year is like, wait, hold on, next year?
Yeah, this year.
This year.
Next month.
Next month, yeah.
In like 2 months.
2 months.
Some might argue at the end of this month, things will start moving.
Yeah, because we even see Thailand having their own MSL.
Yeah.
So really hoping to see a lot coming from there. Wildcards will be in Thailand, and then Istanbul.
Oh my God.
Turkey for M8. Now that's going to be amazing. Have you been to Turkey, Trex?
I have not.
Actually, has anyone been there?
I've been to the airport.
Have.
I've been to the airport transit. Yes, Istanbul. Great
There's a
airport.
song about Istanbul.
You what?
There's a song about Istanbul. I'll show it to you later.
Okay. Hey, as a Liverpool fan for football, we won a Champions League in 2005 there. It's called the Miracle of Istanbul. So I hope there's going to be something crazy that happens there in that tournament, M8.
A lot of Filipinos will be celebrating in Turkey again, I guess, for our trophy number 7.
This guy.
Around this time next year.
Around this time next year.
Well, what does this mean, right? Because the tour at the end of the day, I would imagine that the competition gets bigger, but really, what are they fighting for?
I don't know.
Probably for wildcard slots or maybe seeding, because a circuit will be a circuit of tournaments will be nice when you get like points for you to qualify, because that means that you are rewarded for competing all the time.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that developing regions get a chance to fight for more chances to grow in MLBB esports. Like that's the start of this new year.
And I think we saw in the wild card of this event right here, M7 World Championship, that it got so close, it got so competitive. Heck, the two teams we thought had it in the bag lost in the final stage to Team Zone and to QUÄC. So I'm expecting even crazier stuff to happen as we get more regions into wild card.
No, honestly, like at this point, we should talk about which region we're actually looking forward to see, because at this point,
Amer.
Southeast Asia,
That's what I'm looking forward
So
to.
you want to see more of Amer?
I want to see more of Issa and Amar and Amer.
So basically everything except Southeast Asia.
I wanted to go out. Dude, we're going to Istanbul for M8. We're going out of Southeast Asia. Let's finally get out of Southeast Asia.
If you get invited for M8.
How about East Asia? I think the Mekong regions definitely deserve more. Thailand getting an MSL is a start. I'd like to see one for Laos. The Laotians are really good. They really love MLBB. And
Mongolia.
Vietnam.
Oh, I want Mongolia too. Whoa.
Not gonna lie, I don't know geography, so I don't know what you're talking about.
Math is difficult, geography is difficult.
He's only good at
We're just not good students.
The thing is, I feel like for all of us, as we start our career, we're actually pretty good at maths.
Yeah.
But eventually, you know what? Probably not that important.
I've started preparing for Turkey. I've been picking up some Turkish.
Oh.
Turkey kazanıyor.
What
does that mean?
Turkey is winning.
Oh.
I just want to see the cats. I mean, cat guy myself, right?
I love cats.
Love cats too.
It will be a good entirely new time of Mobile Legends, right? Especially with the way that the competitive regions are going to be going. But I still think that there's also other places that we need to talk about, and one of them happened to be in the wildcard state itself. Thailand joining, being part of SEA, which again, if we're taking a case study based on new regions joining the MLBB ecosystem, I think China has given a really good blueprint for it.
And Thailand is a region where there's already good mobile players, mobile gamers.
Very good players.
You gotta remember, they won the first ever MSC.
That's true.
I do not sleep. Thailand.
Here, 2017, Taman Anggrek, about 10-minute drive from here. Am I right?
No. It's pretty far, but it's
45 minutes.
Yeah.
Sure.
All right.
10 minutes by bird.
That was IDNS, so they have a legacy to live up to.
I mean, like, adapting, I don't know, man, because I feel like for most regions, it takes like, what, 2 years?
2 years is a lot of time, and I think it's one hell of an investment. That's why I'm glad to see the organizations being shown within Thailand. They're very big ones. Full Sense is a huge one. Buriram, crazy to imagine that they would step into the MOBA space.
I mean, like, at this point, we're just waiting for Aurora to get to...
Stadion Madyan.
There you go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Stadion Madyan.
I'm guessing they're getting stopped quite a lot from here to there.
Yeah, a lot of obstacles. Even when you're going through faster than light travel, the fans, they won't let you go that easy.
Glorious Pathway is not fast in real life, unfortunately.
Unlucky.
I think it is, just that when you have like a Grok wall,
Maybe they can get a Johnson in real life,
You have it.
Just to expedite it just a wee bit faster.
Yeah.
I think we've seen more Johnson in the MCGG finals than all of the M series.
All of MLBB history. Oh, wait. Yeah.
Oh, look at this. They're
taking
Is
a
it
walk.
far?
It's like a 5 to 10 minute walk, depending on how fast you walk.
Khalad's a fast walker.
Khalad?
Yep.
The fastest.
He's the
of all walkers.
He's the vanguard.
He's the vanguard.
There he is.
Khalad.
I
think he's getting tired holding that thing.
Oh, it is. I don't think people understand that that trophy is ridiculously heavy, meant for 5 members. He has the strength of 5 boys.
This man has a sleeper build.
And you got Light just holding the little one like, yeah.
Hey, that's even heavier, bro.
That's even heavier?
Yeah, it's denser, so it's like, it looks smaller, but it is heavier.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed that we didn't really put a spotlight on their coaching staff. So, Khalad, Master of the Basics, Dexstar.
Yep. And of course, Mr. Rada himself, legendary manager, country manager, also a 2-time champion now.
Mr. Scars.
Mr. Scars.
And of course, Sir Matt, who's been with them all around the world.
There you go.
Big shout outs to Fern. I don't know if you guys know Fern, but most of the community in the Philippines actually know Fern. 2-time champion. Back to back.
That's right. He was in Malaysia last year, and now he has ushered in another world champion.
Back to back.
And it was through upper brackets again.
That's true. But with that being said, though, at least this inspires a lot of greatness from every other region, right? What has M7 done for the world? And I think at least for Indonesia, it has inspired that anybody could make it there, even if you are dominating your own individual regions.
Yeah, LaFell.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Like,
No? Hand over your passport. The Filipino one's a lot easier to get.
Hey, give me your passport. I would love to have a Malaysian passport.
Right?
Actually.
Honestly, the Malaysian passport is pretty sick. You can.
Number 73 around the world.
Isn't it like...
Oh, no, it's 50.
No, it's actually quite higher.
It's a lot higher than
It's
that.
a lot
That's
higher
higher than that, yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot higher than that.
It's up there, man.
Speaking of a lot higher, we're going to be ending this in about 30 seconds. And any last words before we just close it out?
M7.
Good night, Kitty.
Terima kasih.
What? I'm going to get closing it now. What about you guys? Well, that's it. Thank you, everyone, for watching the MS7 World Championship. Until next time, MSC World Champions everything. We'll see you guys then. Bye-bye.